tears come out. The Untouchable True School Sports Empire proudly presents something the boxing game's been missing. Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT. I came here to talk some boxing with the thousands of True School Sports subscribers. Now, we're back again. It's good to be live. It's good to be seen. It's good to be alive. It's good to just, knock on wood, make it through another year on this earth. It's about to be 2025 soon, so we're almost halfway through the decade. It's crazy how much time is flying, but it's been amazing over the years, over the days, over the months, over the videos, spending time with you guys and sharing my love for boxing with the world. And yeah, we're here. Today is day 54 here in Japan. I've been in Japan for a long time now. Still got some time to go. Still got roughly 36 days left. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying the content on the channel. Just dropped the Jun Nakatani interview, so go check it out if you haven't already. It's been making a lot of noise in the boxing world on social media because Jun Nakatani said that he would knock out Drawn Ennis. So check that out. Check out the Seigo Yuri Yukui. Check out the Seiya Tsutsumi. And there's more to come. There's more Japanese exclusive content to come here on True School Sports. In 2 days, I will be going to the Kazuto Ioka Poo Martinez fight, so I'll get some content from there as well as other interviews I have set up. But while I'm sitting here, this is the time to talk to the viewers, talk to the subscribers, talk to the people that tune in. Let's talk some boxing. Let's get it. Like any questions you guys got, anything you want answered, feel free to ask away. I'll be here for probably, I don't know if this will be the normal 2 hours. I'll shoot for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We'll feel it out. But you guys definitely chime in. Make sure you smash that like button. Smash that like button. Definitely go ahead and do that so that this video gets pushed out to more people and we can have even more fun here with talking boxing. But yeah. So we got a couple people chiming in. Got my man Bentley. Tip of the cap goes to Bentley. Shout out to Bentley. He says, "Yo, what's good? What's good, Bentley? Good to see you." City by the Bay says, "What would you say was the fight of the year this year?" And that's always a great question because there's always so many great fights in boxing. For me, if I had a choice for fight of the year, I would say my fight of the year was Raymond Ford versus Otabek Komatov. To me, that was the best fight of the year. For so many reasons. I mean, first and foremost, Raymond Ford, if you follow this channel, you guys know at the time me and Raymond Ford were going back and forth because I had a very strong opinion that Komatov was going to beat him, and he didn't like that. But Raymond Ford was essentially brought in to lose. Matchroom Boxing had set him up to lose because they lost the purse bid at Top Rank. So even though he was the American fighter fighting on American soil, he had to fight on a rival promotions fighter. And that being said, Raymond Ford, he was down on the cards. He was on his way to losing that fight. He was on his way to taking the first loss on paper of his career, and he showed us something like the things that us as boxing fans are still waiting to see from guys like Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis. Raymond Ford actually gave that to us because he was put in a tough fight against a very, very difficult fighter to beat, a high risk, low reward, southpaw, elite amateur boxer, elite technical fighter, above average, puncher in Komatov, and he was losing that fight. And in the 12th round, he dug deep, and he got a big knockout to come from behind at the last second, in the last 10 seconds to become champion. It was one of the most exciting fights of the year. It was one of the most exciting fights I've ever been to, and it was one of the most special nights of my life in boxing. So for me, maybe I am a little biased because the fight, I was there, and it was a very personal fight to me, but I think for me it has to be the fight of the year. No, if there was one fight this year I could show anybody, if I had to show somebody a fight from the year 2024 to get them to become a boxing fan, that'd be one of the first fights I'd probably show them. That fight, Angelo's fight against Venado, like those are fights to me that when I think of those type of fights, Raymond Ford's fight against Komatov, Angelo Leo's against Venado Lopez, somebody mentioned Virgil versus Boachuk, like those are fights. Zu Fundora. Those are fights that when you're trying to get people to become a boxing fan and you want to show them fights to get them involved and to fall in love with this great sport like you hopefully did, those are the fights you show them. So, yeah, for me, I'll go with Komatov versus Ford for the WBA featherweight title back in March of this year. Great fight. Classic fight, What made Evander Holyfield so good as a fighter? A lot made him. First of all, Evander had elite conditioning. Now he was a very well conditioned fighter. He was a very intelligent fighter. He knew how to exploit his speed, because normally, whether it be cruiserweight or heavyweight, Holyfield always had a speed advantage. So he knew how to exploit his speed really well. He was very durable. Not a guy that would just get knocked out. Probably one of the toughest fighters that ever lived. So you'd have to kill him to beat him. In his prime, of course. I know he had some losses towards the end of his career, but I'm talking about Holyfield in his best form. You have to kill him to beat him. And so durability, IQ, smarts, and just his will, ultimately his will. I could go on and on about Holyfield. That's one of my favorite fighters of all time, and I've done, as many of you guys know, I've done a lot of interviews with him. So yeah. Bentley says, I just want to say I'm proud of you for going to Japan twice and making the best of it. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I've had I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the support I've been getting. This Japan trip was like 100 times better and more. Like, I've experienced a lot more than I did last time, and there's still more to go. I'm going to my first world title fight in Japan on the 31st. I will be at Ioka versus Puma Martinez, so I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be a good fight. Some good fighters on the undercard. Yeah. Thank you, Bentley. Boachuk versus Ortiz was really good. Woolley Clark won. Underrated banger. Zu Fundora, I was there at that fight too. Another great fight. Yup. What was your favorite upset of the year? For me, it was Dubois, Joshua, and Chisora beating Joyce. Now, that's a good question as well, because I'm going to make this very clear. I don't really view this as an upset, in my opinion. In my eyes, I don't view it as an upset, because I always thought from the get-go that this fighter was supremely better than the guy that he was made the underdog against. And that was... my favorite upset of the year was Angelo Leo versus Bernardo Lopez. Now, that fight is a very personal fight to me, because, as I've said it many times, I'll say it again, I was part of the training camp. I obviously not in the sparring sense, but, I was there in Santa Fe with Angelo Leo in the trenches, breaking down film with his dad, going through, like, fighter strengths, weaknesses, coming up with helping them fine-tune the game plan, playing a small role there. Every now and then I would go do the conditioning workouts with them. So it was a very, very personal fight to me. I knew Angelo was going to beat the brakes off Bernardo, and I laughed when people said Bernardo would beat him. And I told everybody that before the fight that he was going to beat the hell out of him. And it happened, and you know what? I'm not even going to lie to you. I thought he would stop him, but he even exceeded my expectation. I didn't think he was going to knock him out like that. So when he knocked him out the way he did, I thought he would get like an accumulation stoppage, slow, steady beating and then get the referee to wave it off. But I didn't think it was going to be no one-punch left hook knockout to the head. So he exceeded even my expectations of what I thought he would do. And this is me, who I was seeing him every day, in the gym, sparring at, crazy elevation, seeing him run, seeing just what he went through, and knowing the fighter he already was before that training camp. And that training camp, he went to a whole other level, because he knew that's what it was going to take, and he did. And he gave boxing fans a special moment that they'll always remember. I don't look at it as an upset, but if I had to answer your question, I would say an upset, because it was a 4-1 underdog on the books. But I also think that should win knockout of the year. He should also win knockout of the year for that. So, yeah, there's that. Shout out to Brooklyn here. He says, salute from Brooklyn, New York. I appreciate the work on Jin Sasaki. The problem at 147, he's the sleeper. I'm big on Jin. Yeah, I like Jin. And I've been telling a lot of the Japanese people in the boxing community here that I think probably more than Inoue, I think Jin would be like as big a star. I feel like his personality, his fighting style, the way he is, him being a welterweight, he could actually be a bigger star in America than Inoue could. I really believe that. Obviously, he has to show that he's good enough to become champion and win the fights. But yeah, I think athleticism is there, the punching power is there. He's even got a like he's a little bit more. How do I say this? He's more outgoing personality wise than a lot of Japanese fighters. So I do think he would translate better with the American public than even like an Inoue, as great as Inoue is. But I think Brian Norman Jr. is the fight that makes more sense, because I think he might be ranked a little higher. And I think they're closer in terms of experience. Like, Brian Norman is 23, Jin is 23. They both have fought similar competition. Brian's best opponent being Santian. Jin's best opponent being Andy Hiroka, who we lost to. So, I think that could actually be one of the best fights in boxing. And I said that when I interviewed Jin. If you watch the whole interview and go check it out on True School Sports, I think that Brian Norman Jr. versus Jin Sasaki is one of the best fights in boxing. In terms of styles, like style, in terms of excitement, all that stuff. So I hope that's a fight that the handlers of Top Rank, Mr. Honda, Nakaya Boxing Promotions, I hope they could all make that fight happen. I would actually like Norman even more so than Boots, but Boots is the one. The Boots part of that interview is the one that got Dante's Box Nation talking on YouTube and people on Twitter, reposting my shit and running it up. So yeah, yes sir. John Boxing, shout out to John Boxing, YouTube veteran. Good to see you, John. I watched one of your videos recently, which you made about something I said about Turkey. So good to see you, John. He says that he'd like to see Angelo get a shot at Inoue in 2025, and Angelo's my guy, and that's stylistically that's a great fight. I think Inoue. Honestly, I think his ceiling might be 122. Honestly, I've been starting to have some second thoughts about him being a featherweight at all. I'm actually starting to become okay with the idea of Inoue being a 122 pounder. He's not that big. He's really not that big, guys. He's not that big. But if he wants to go to featherweight, then of course I would love the Angelo fight. I think there's a lot of things stylistically going in Angelo's favor that fight. So. We'll see what happens. I know people aren't going to give him a chance, but it's okay. They didn't give him a chance against Venado. So, we'll see. Jin's best case is Brian Norman Jr. Best case to victory or best case to get the fight? Honestly, if Boots is having a hard time making 147 like he's been saying, I personally think that makes the Jin Sasaki fight even more difficult, because if you're weight drained, all right? If you're weight drained, if you're having a hard time getting down to 147, and then you fight a guy with heavy hands like a Jin Sasaki, even if you don't fight a guy with heavy hands, if you fight an average puncher now becomes an above average puncher if you're weight drained, because when you're weight drained, the fluid around your brain, there's not as much there. So when you get hit, your punch resistance isn't going to be as high as it normally would if you were hydrated properly. So I think a Jin Sasaki fight with a potentially weight drained Jaron Ennis is a very dangerous fight, and one that I would give Jin a higher chance of than I normally would if I knew that Boots wasn't having such a hard time making 147. So I don't know. Americans are kind of stubborn to people from other countries. I don't know why that is, but yeah, that tends to be the case sometimes. Yeah. Last question of the year, I promise. Last question, I promise, was the worst robbery. What was the worst robbery of the year? For me, it was Boachuk and Big Baby Miller losing to Ruiz. The worst robbery of the year, Boachuk was bad. I'll say Boachuk would probably be second. Miller was bad as well. But for me, the worst robbery of the year just happened a couple days ago, and it was out there in Thailand. You had, what was the guy's name? Carlos Canizales against Panya Prasabari for the WBC title. And Canizales won the fight. He should have won that fight like 118 to 110. And they were in Thailand. A guy from Thailand got the decision over him. And Canizales, I feel like that's the worst robbery of the year. Not because the fight wasn't competitive, but also when you consider what Canizales has went through in his career. He just fought Ken Shiro earlier the year here in Japan. And Ken Shiro, a lot of people thought he beat Ken Shiro, but it was a close fight. He didn't get the decision there. And this guy, Canizales, he's in Venezuela, so they don't have a lot of investment in boxing. And Canizales as well, he's been the ultimate road warrior. I mean, this guy's fought in Venezuela, Mexico, Argentina, Malaysia, Japan. He's fought like, I think, 7 or 8 countries if you go look on his box rec. And he's went through a lot. So the fact that he got robbed of his moment in the sun where he's been the ultimate road warrior and he's been screwed. He's one of these guys in the rankings that's really good but doesn't have a lot of name or money behind him. So it's going to be hard for him to get back to that position again, and it's just not fair. So I think that to me is the robbery of the year. If I had to pick one. If I had to pick just one. Yes, sir. Jin versus Norman 25. Great fight. Are you still going to be in Japan for the? Yeah, I'll be here till February. I'll be here till early February. So I am going to the Inoue fight. I will be there. So if anybody is gonna be in Japan at the Inoue fight, I will be there. I will be there, and I'll be at Ioka versus Martinez here in a couple days, and I'm really excited about it. You know, there's so much I wish there's so much that's happened on this trip, guys. I wish I could tell you. You know, certain things I just gotta keep to myself. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Rob Calico says, shout out to True School. Can we get a boxing stream where you walk through the red light district in Japan asking boxing trivia? I want to see if the Japanese are knowledgeable in boxing in the red light district. You really want to see that, don't you? No. I can't go near there. I can't go to those areas. I'll get in trouble. I'll get in trouble. We gotta stay out of trouble. Fee says, I'd rather see Nick Ball versus the Monster or Angelo. I would rather see those fights too. Honestly, I would, but like, I'm starting to become okay with Inoue being a 122 pounder. He's very small, guys. I mean, he's very, very small. Yeah, Dave Allen versus Fisher, I heard was pretty bad. What food am I liking in Japan? There's a lot. I mean, there's chicken katsu, there's udon noodles, there's an endless list of food. Freshwater eel was really good. I had like this pasta the other day. It's Hokkaido pasta or something like that. It's a lot. It's a lot. It actually sounds like a good idea for content. It is a good idea. I might actually do it one day, but I'm not in Tokyo right now. I'm way out in the outskirts of Japan right now. So maybe when I go to Tokyo, who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day. Damn, you're lucky, man. I wish to see the monster fight live. I'm very blessed. I wouldn't say I'm lucky because I don't believe in luck, but I'm definitely very blessed. You know, there's like. I'm only getting the ticket because somebody that I know who's really connected in the Japanese boxing community has extra tickets and he gave me one. So I literally got it just because people like this content that I make about Inoue and Japanese fighters. So yeah, we here. Day number 54 here in Japan. True School Sports Japan 2024, 2025. Talking to the boxing fans. Get your questions in. Smash the like button. Super chat. We here. We here doing our thing. Definitely enjoying our time, you know, and I've seen a lot, been seeing a lot of things here in Japan, so really appreciative. What's your seat or position? I don't know where I'm sitting yet. That I don't know. My friend who has a ticket is gonna give it to me in a couple weeks, so, but I have it. I definitely have it, so. Conflict says, True School going hard in the paint. Yes, I'll go hard in the mother-loving paint. We are going hard in the paint. Maybe when Inoue fights in Vegas or Saudi, I can get a ticket. Japan, it must be difficult to get. It is. It is. They have a lottery system here. And if he fight now, I know when Inoue fought in the Tokyo Dome, because I've talked to many people I have multiple friends in Japan that went to his fight in the Tokyo Dome. They told me that for his fight at the Tokyo Dome, it was a little bit easier because he fought in a bigger capacity, but when he fights at regular arenas like Ariake Arena or Yokohama Arena or like just regular size venues, is very hard. You know, there's lotteries to enter. You got to win the lottery, and then you got to be able to pay for the ticket once you win the lottery. So it's a whole process. I didn't go. I'm so blessed that I don't have to go through that process because I just know someone who's getting me a ticket. You know, but I'm like a 1 in a million case, and you know that's only because I talk into this phone and I flap my gums about Inoue and Japanese boxing, and you guys, the viewers, and people who have standing in the Japanese boxing world like me. So that's what it is. Nick Ball versus Doheny will be a fight to gauge how Naya will compare with him. I don't think it's fair to even gauge that because, like, Doheny is not really a featherweight, and this fight's happening at featherweight. Doheny's not even ranked at featherweight. So Nick Ball is getting a chance to fight the same guy as Inoue, but it's not the same weight class. You know, Doheny was never really a good featherweight. He was a good 122 pounder. I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm sure he has fought at featherweight, but I don't think he's ever fought at. I mean, if he has, he wasn't as good at featherweight as he was at 122. Because at 122, at super bantamweight, Doheny was a champion. Doheny was a guy that had upset some fighters as well. He never did none of that at featherweight, so it's not quite the same thing. But I understand the line of thinking in the matchmaking. Pam Room says, what should Usyk's next move and should it be his last? Is he in the GOAT conversation for the best to ever lace them up, period? Love you, BT. And Pam Room, good to always see you in the chat. Love you, too. As far as Usyk, if I think he don't got nothing to prove. Like, because, look, you look at him beating Fury twice, look at him beating Joshua twice, going undisputed at heavyweight, going undisputed at cruiserweight, all these great things he's accomplished, along with being a gold medal, and you got people saying that he's not an all-time great. So then F it. There's not much more you can prove. You already completed boxing. Beating even like a Joseph Parker, it may enhance your reputation a little bit, but they won't do too much more. I think he should go out on top, go out undefeated, and definitely enjoy the fruits of his labor and his standing as one of the legends of boxing for sure. That's what I think. I think Usyk is definitely like. I don't like saying he's in the conversation for the greatest of all time because that's just like boxing history is too deep, and I don't think he's quite at the greatest of all time. But he's definitely an all-time great. I'm not gonna sit here. I don't care who it is. I don't. If anybody is sitting here saying that Usyk is not an all-time great fighter, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what else more he got to do. Like since when has beating the best of your era in multiple weight classes never been enough to be an all-time great? It's enough for other guys, so why isn't it enough for Usyk? What are your thoughts on Junto Nakatani's next fight? So, yeah, they just announced it the other day. He's fighting David Cuellar. I don't know a ton about David Cuellar. I just know that I heard he's a very aggressive, come-forward Mexican fighter. So I'm going to look into him some more. And then I'll have my video on that in the next couple of days. But I'm happy that Junto's back in action. Hopefully he don't lose to the monster. Or lose so that he can get his fight with the monster or one of the other champions at Bantamweight. Zhang knocked out Deontay was not on your knockout of the year cut list. It was a great knockout, but personally, no. I wouldn't have it as one of the top 3 knockouts. The top 3 knockouts that I put on the channel on the poll, and you guys can still go vote on it. I have a poll going on in the community posts for knockout of the year. I have Angelo versus Venato. I have Lucas Body versus Ashton Silva, and I have Dubois versus Joshua. Those, to me, I think will be the best. The only knockout that I think maybe probably should have got more love was Bacoli versus Anderson, because that was a big one. But, yeah. Hopefully Goodman shows up for the fight. If I were Hashi, I would take Picasso's offer to be a standby backup. He should do that because, well, they said, I saw an article where the Hideki Ohashi said himself that from this point forward, they're going to always have replacement opponents for Inoue. So, yeah. Hopefully he wasn't bullshitting, and that's the truth. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just finally someone who will fight with the current champ since Cool Boy is moving up now. Yeah, moving slow. Yeah, I agree. He's great to achieve that fast and beat the top dogs heavyweight twice. And he's talking about Usyk. Yeah, I mean, I just remember when Usyk fought Witherspoon in his heavyweight debut, and then Chisora. Those 2 fights. People were like, nah, he can't beat Fury, he can't beat Joshua, he can't beat these guys, he's too small. People weren't really trying to give him a chance back then, and he proved all of them wrong, and then some. You know, that's what's so impressive of guys like Usyk, because these guys like Usyk, they set a new standard, and then they crush the standards they set. Like it's insane how he just continues to do well for himself. Vladimir Hernandez had a very big knockout on Pro Box. I think that was a great knockout. I liked Wojciech Mendaro's knockout on Pro Box as well. Listen, guys, there's a lot of great knockouts. Kazuki Nakajima just had a great knockout against Juiki Tatsuyoshi here in Japan. I mean, there's been a lot of great knockouts over the years. But for me, the front runner has to be Angelo Leo versus Venato. World title fight. It was a world title fight, number 1. He was a 4-1 underdog, number 2. And he was not regarded by many people as a big knockout puncher before that fight. So just the circumstances of the fight, the element of surprise to most people, you know, it has to make it the knockout of the year. That being said, I hope they give him the award. I try to tell everybody that Angelo was a big puncher at featherweight before the Venato fight. I was telling everybody that, and they kept thinking I was just talking, and then, you know, now you saw what happened. So hopefully now they take it more serious when I say that. Hold on, let me get out of my Twitter, man, because people on Twitter are annoying. Alex Ward. Some guy tweeted me on Twitter talking some bullshit about Jun Nakatani. It's funny how, like, you know, I don't really have a dog in the race. Like, I like Boots Ennis. I'm a Boots Ennis fan. I'm a Jun Nakatani fan. And on Twitter, people are just like, they're like trying to gatekeep Boots from getting the fight with Jun Nakatani. It's like, bro, like, if he wins, he wins, he wins. If he loses, he loses. Who cares? Just make the fight. Like, he's not fighting. Boots is not fighting the champions. He's not going to 54. He's not fighting Tio. Okay, so fight Jun Nakatani. He's one of the highest contenders. I mean, in fact, hold on, let me check. I'm tired of saying he's just the highest contender. I want to see, like, rankings wise. I'm going to read you guys the ranking right now. Just so you guys have an idea where this man is at. So, we'll go to welterweight, because I keep saying he's one of the top contenders. So, Sasaki, right now, he is actually the #1 contender for the IBF. He's the #1 contender for the IBF. So, the IBF has not ordered a mandatory yet. But if they were to order a mandatory, Jun Nakatani would be the mandatory. You know? Now, I don't think the IBF is going to order a mandatory because they have a final eliminator coming up between Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan. So the winner of that fight, I think, would become Boots' mandatory, or the IBF might order the winner of that fight to fight Jin. I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but either way, this is his highest contender for the belt he currently holds. So you can't be out here gatekeeping Boots saying why you gotta fight him. Nah, go. If you can't fight the champions, you're not fighting Tio, you're not going to 54. That's what you gotta fight. And unless, of course, you guys want to see Boots fight the winner of Paddy Donovan versus Lewis Crocker, two British fighters. You know, you let me know what you think. You know. Sillery Bay says, I was at the Witherspoon fight. It seemed like a stretch after that fight. Yeah, everyone, listen. I didn't really hold the Witherspoon fight against Usyk. I was really holding more so like when I saw him fight Chisora, because Chisora was more of like a test, like a gatekeeper type of a test, tough gatekeeper. When I saw how physical Chisora was with Usyk, that's when I thought, okay, maybe he may not have it to go beat a Tyson. I thought he could beat Joshua. I didn't think it was crazy that he could beat Joshua, but Tyson Fury, I did not think he would beat Tyson Fury. I'll be honest with you. That's why but now by the time he got a chance to fight Fury, I believed in him a lot more because he had shown what he did against Joshua. But before he had ever fought Joshua, before he had ever fought Fury, I did not think he could beat Tyson Fury, to be honest with you. And so he's proven a lot. He's done a lot. BT, why is it that when Inoue and everyone else have to clean out the division to be great? Why is it Inoue and everyone else that have to clean out a division to be considered great? This is like Inoue ducking Junto. MJ and most of 2026, and then people say he's the best ever. Nothing left to prove. So let me see. Why is it Inoue and everyone? I'm a little confused by the phrasing of the question. He said, why is it Inoue and everyone else have to clean out a division to be considered great? I don't know. You have to ask them. I'm not sure who you're talking to, who you're in reference to. Are you talking about Usyk? Or are you talking about who are you talking about? Like what is this in reference to? Because you're saying, why is Inoue have to clean out the division to be considered a great? Because I don't know. That's what they want to do. Bro is chilling in someone's attic. No, I'm not. I'm actually not in an attic at all. I'm not in an attic at all. I'm actually in a pretty nice place. It's not an attic. Should Tyson retire or change camp? He has 2 losses. His last 2 losses show his skills have eroded immensely. I don't agree with that. I thought Fury actually performed great against Usyk in the rematch. He was more focused. He had cleaned up some things defensively. At the end of the day, it happens in boxing. You fight someone that's better than you. I don't think he lost because his skills have eroded. He lost because that Usyk was just better than him. That's it. And there's no shame in that. I think Fury would still beat a lot of other heavyweights. I still pick Fury to beat Joshua. I still think Fury could probably beat like a guy like Joseph Parker. I probably, favor him slightly against like Philip Hergovich. Like I don't think Tyson Fury is washed up. I don't think he's terrible. I don't think he's a bum like everybody says. I think 2 things can be true. I feel like you can say he's not as good as Usyk, but you can still say he's still one of the best heavyweights out there, and that's where I'm at with him. I don't think his skills have eroded. Now, as far as him changing trainers, I don't really believe he should do that, because the only way I feel Tyson Fury could be any differently as a fighter is if he goes back to being the Tyson Fury of 2015, which is 10 years ago, which I don't think we should expect him to do. Now, the Usyk, or the Fury that fought Klitschko, the guy that was very light on his feet, that had ridiculous speed for his size at 6'9" and was more of the boxer, I think that guy might have actually probably had a better chance against Usyk than the Sugar Hill version of Tyson Fury. Maybe he still loses, maybe he doesn't, who knows? But like, he's not gonna really change too much unless like he loses a bunch of weight and starts going back to boxing, which I don't think he's gonna do. So he is what he is at this age. He's still a damn good heavyweight. He's still one of the best heavyweights of his era. He's just not the best, and that's okay. The IBF would love to put in Boots with some more low-level mandatories. Yeah, I think I'm really intrigued to see what the IBF is going to do with this welterweight mandatory position, because, and I'm going to check, because Lewis Crocker is the number 5 contender. Patty Donovan's the number 6 contender. These guys are supposed to fight soon in an eliminator fight, but I'm not sure if it's a final eliminator, because you got to always read the fine print. Is it an eliminator or is it a final eliminator? Because if it's a final eliminator, then that means the winner of that fight will be Boots' mandatory, which I swear on my life, if Boots avoid all these fights to fight Patty Donovan or Lewis Crocker, he's gonna get fried to no end. Is it an eliminator? I'm trying to figure out. Eliminator. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. BT, did you answer my question? I had to mute it for a bit, so I didn't understand your question. You asked Hand History. You said, why is Inoue and everyone else have to clean out division to be considered great? I don't understand the context of the question, because you're just going on about Inoue and Junto. So like, rephrase it for me, because I didn't quite get it. Let me see. So stakes are higher. So from what I'm reading, the Crocker Donovan fight is a, hold on, it's a typo. Eliminator. The Crocker Donovan fight is in fact a final eliminator. Yep, it's a, so more than likely, if Boots can't fight, I don't know. That don't make any sense, because how is Donovan? Because Donovan's number 6, Crocker's 5, Ben is 4, Sasaki is 3, and then number 1 and number 2 are vacant. So I think Sasaki should fight the winner of that fight. I hope the IBF don't put the winner of that fight as just a mandatory without having to fight Sasaki. Have Sasaki fight the winner of that fight for the mandatory spot. If he's good, if he's as good as I think he is, he'll beat the winner of that fight. And then boom, you got Boots' mandatory challenger by the middle or end of 2025, and then you'll have to fight him. Yes, Japanese style. I'm not an, just so you guys know, I'm not an addict. I'm in a big old guest house. Like, I'll give you guys the tour later on, but I'm not an addict. Stay in Japan for 1 more month. Okay, I'm doing that anyway. I'll be here till February. I'll be here till February the 3rd. So I'll be here. I'll be here for the Inoue fight. I'll be here for all that. I still got more interviews I gotta go do. I still got more business to handle across the country. So trying to get as much as I can out of this trip, you know. Oh, you're saying in comparison to Usyk. So the question was in comparison to Usyk. Well, Inoue has cleared out divisions multiple times. Usyk has done it too. Most boxing fans have different standards for different fighters. So, like in the States, right? And I want to make this clear. I'm a proud American. I love the USA. All right. I would like to see the country do better in boxing, you know. But I gotta call off a spade a spade. We get a lot of fighters in America that get a lot of credit for doing the bare minimum, you know. And people don't like to apply the same standards for every fighter. So what I've noticed over the years is that people have different standards for different fighters they like and don't like. That's just what it is. So that's the best way I can answer the question. Yeah, Sasaki versus the winner is what makes the most sense. It's the right, fair, and just thing to do. So there's that. I mean, boxing is really slow right now, so there's not a ton to talk about. I know that they just announced a card here in Japan that'll be also available in the States. You're going to have Junto Nakatani taking on the Mexican David Cuellar, which I've heard is David Cuellar is a good opponent, so I'll have to check him out. You got Seiya Tsutsumi doing the rematch with Daigo Higa, which is going to be really good. And then you have probably the fight I'm most excited about on that card is Tenshin Nasukawa stepping up in class again, making a big step up in class, taking on Jason Maloney. You know, the same Jason Maloney that's been champion, the same Jason Maloney that just gave Yoshiki Takei a really good fight and almost got him out of there in the 12th round. Tenshin has come a long way in a very, very short time, and I think his growth and the way he's challenging himself, it needs to be applauded in boxing. It needs to be celebrated because he's doing a whole lot. He's doing a whole lot in such a short space of time, coming from another sport in kickboxing. And he's doing it under a big microscope because Tenshin Nasukawa is just as big, if not bigger, in Japan than Inoue. He's a huge star out here. Huge. Well, actually, both Inoue and Usyk get attacked all the time. Some fans disrespect those two all the time. Yeah, they do. They do, Sean. And it's not fair to those guys. Those guys have done a lot of great things in boxing. I think a lot of fighters would trade their careers in to have half the career those guys have had. So it's what it really is this. And I'm not trying to make it racial because I don't really give a fuck where someone is from or their race, their culture, or their ethnicity. I don't judge people like that. But a lot of people attach themselves to fighters strictly just because of race, and they don't really like boxing. They use boxing as a means to have some sort of racial superiority over another person, right? So they don't really like boxing. They just care about their race being superior to the other race. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. We should appreciate and be celebrating guys like Inoue and Usyk, and not just Inoue and Usyk. Any fighter who's out there putting in that work to become a world champion, to fight top competition, to give people great fights, to give people great moments in the ring, they should all be celebrated. So I celebrate the guys like Inoue, like Usyk, like even though he pisses me off sometimes, Terrence Crawford's still a great fighter. Guys like in the featherweight, like my boy Angelo. Angelo's great. Who else? Beterbiev, Bivol, anyone who's putting in that work should be celebrated at any level of boxing. So Seiya Tsutsumi, even the contenders, the guys that are trying to go through the ranking system. Even like, I'm not a big fan of David Picasso, but he's doing his thing to become #1 contender. He'll probably fight Inoue in 2025. There's so many really good fighters. Martin Bacoli. There's so many good fighters across so many different weight classes from so many different countries, not just America, that deserve to be celebrated. So let's celebrate the sport of boxing. David Esther, shout out to you for the super chat. Appreciate you, champ. Good to see you here as always. AB guy says, are Japanese girls into African Americans? I've seen a lot of black guys with Japanese women in Shibuya. If you go to Shibuya, you see a lot of black guys with, at least I have in my experience. So hope that answers your question. How's the top shelf sushi over there in Japan? I don't like sushi, so I haven't had any, and I'm probably not gonna have any. I don't like sushi, but I can tell you the burgers are really good. I like burgers, so, and I like the fish. There's not enough people talking about Bacoli and Woolley in the heavyweight division. Hell, not even Hrgovic is done. And you're damn right. Filip Hrgovic is not done. He's coming back. He even told me he's coming back, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of underrated fighters at heavyweight. So I think people just need to, just appreciate boxing and stop trying to make everything cultural and racial. I ain't got no problem with somebody if you root for somebody because of where they're from. Like if they're from your hometown. Like me, for example, I'm from South Florida. So Teofimo Lopez is from South Florida. Xander Zayas is from South Florida. Lawrence Newton, Lorenzo Medina, Daniel Bailey, everybody who's from South Florida, for the most part, I'm going to support you if you came from the South Florida boxing scene. Have you tried the ramen? Yeah, I tried ramen when I was in Japan in 2023, and I've had it tons of times here this time. It's good. It's really, really good. Come on, buddy. Noodles and curry are both very good, too. I've had the noodles, like udon noodles. Had that plenty of times. Curry I've had as well. Curry's really good. It's not my favorite, but it's good. You know, there's a lot of like Japan is really good. They have a lot of top tier upper echelon food out here. You know, Wardley would be a great test for Mosley Talma. I like that fight. That'd be a hell of a fight. You know, Wardley's really come a long way, and he's really just year by year earned his stripes in the heavyweight division, beating guys like, you know, on the domestic level, Frazier Clark, David Adelaide. These were fighters that were looked at to be above him domestically in the UK, and he's conquered that level. Now he's now a legitimate like fringe contender. You know, he's a guy that you have to take serious, and whether or not he'll become a legitimate title contender, that remains to be seen. But he's definitely a fringe contender. Have I had any A5 Wagyu beef? Yes, of course. I've had Wagyu beef, Wagyu burgers. I've had when I was out there in Kagawa, I had like the olive fed beef, which is like really, really top shelf stuff. You know, had that. So yeah, man, I've been enjoying it. Rumor has that Klitschko and Mayweather will return soon in Saudi. I don't really, I mean, that's cool, I guess, but I don't really care. Like, those guys had their moment in the sun. They did a lot for boxing. What's the point? What's the point of Vladimir Klitschko coming back? You know, it's like, like, I like Vladimir, and Vladimir was a great champion. Like, there's no taking that away from him. But, like, when Vladimir was fighting, people didn't even, like, he wasn't even a fighter that people enjoyed watching fight. He didn't have an aesthetically pleasing style. So I'm not really bothered about Vladimir or Floyd coming back. If they do, cool. God bless them. If they don't, then it doesn't do anything for me. Have I tried the weirder cuts like tongue? Have I tried tongue? I don't think I had tongue. I had the other night I went to go eat with a friend, and I had like liver, like what was it, like cow liver or liver from some animal. I can't remember what animal it was, but it was really good. So I've had that. I've had takoyaki, which is like octopus balls and shit like that. Like, it's really good too. But pause. I'm not gonna comment on that one, Ray. We keep our personal business personal. Nishida has been ordered to defend in Takuma Saya's Sumo rematch. Yup, I seen that. Nishida's fighting, I think some Mexican guy. I forgot his name, but you know, we need these bantamweights to unify. Like, people, the same energy that I'm getting for the featherweights. We need to have for these bantamweights, man, because there's a lot of good fights to be made in the bantamweight division, and they're all Japanese, so you could have a tournament. I don't see why. I don't see why Mr. Honda and Ohashi Promotions and all the organizers can't just come together for like 6 months out of the year, or a year if they have to, and just do a bantamweight tournament. It'd be extremely easy to organize with all the guys being in Japan. All the promoters have already worked together before on the club show level. It's not like America. Like, all the Japanese promoters that promote all these fighters in one way or the other directly have worked with each other on the club show level. So if the bantamweight fights aren't happening, it's because they don't want them to happen. Because it's very easy to make. It's not hard at all. It's not like in the featherweight division where two of the champions are from Top Rank, and then the other one's from PBC and the other one's with Matchroom. You know, this is a lot different. That's a serious question I got though. What fight? Guido Vinialo would be a good opponent for Moses. He would. Guido Vinialo would be a good opponent for a lot of fighters. He's really been doing his thing. Turned his career around when he was literally one fight away from being cut altogether. So, yeah. Leo versus Espinosa would be a technical dog war. We need that fight. Listen, I've been on record countless times saying I would love the Rafael Espinosa fight. You guys keep saying that he's this, he's that. And he's a good fighter. I like Espinosa. I have nothing bad to say about him, but we just see a lot, like a laundry list of things that could be exploited with him, and he's looked at by a lot of people as the #1 guy, and we want to earn the Inoue fight. You know, I want to earn the Inoue fight. Angelo wants to earn the Inoue fight, and we think that's one of the fights that could definitely earn him that fight. So, you know, there's that. As far as Ray said he wants Leo Fulton too. Listen, if Stephen Fulton comes out of that fight and he beats Brandon Figueroa, we're gonna call for that fight immediately, because we need that to happen. I personally don't think Stephen Fulton is gonna win the rematch. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Stephen Fulton proves me wrong again and beats Brandon Figueroa. But I just think that like he was very fortunate last time to get a decision. This time to find out a weight class where Figueroa is more rehydrated. He's gonna be stronger. So I think that there's gonna be more of those punches earlier in the fight. And yeah, but if Stephen Fulton can find a way to win that rematch and get the title, oh my God, the Angelo Leo Stephen Fulton rematch will be one of the biggest fights on this channel. At least we're gonna promote the hell out of that fight, and I know both of them, so we're gonna be making some special content for that one, straight up. But he's got to beat the Heartbreaker. The Heartbreaker is tough night out. BT, are you in Japan on journalism or some private moves? I'm just here enjoying the beautiful country of Japan. That's what I'm here doing. I mean, but yeah, of course. I've been here getting interviews, so yes, journalism. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really interesting for the division. I think the most, like, Brandon Figueroa is a really good fighter, so he's has a good resume already. If he beats Fulton, it'll get even better, and he will have earned big fights. But I think for just for the scenarios that could play out, it would be the most interesting thing for the featherweight division if Stephen Fulton beat Figueroa, because number one, that would set up Angelo Leo Stephen Fulton unification rematch, which you don't really always get in American boxing. So that'd be really intriguing. And then even if Stephen Fulton doesn't fight Angelo, that would present Inoue the opportunity to move up to 126 and challenge Stephen Fulton in a rematch, and a chance for Fulton to show that he could do better. And show, because he said in my interview when I interviewed him back a couple months ago, he said that weight was a problem for him. He felt sluggish. He feels like he could have did better. So he'll get his chance to prove it if he can get his hands on a belt at 126. But to me, Stephen Fulton beating Figueroa would make the division so interesting. Do you think Takuma should change up his fighting style? To me, he looks better roughing up on the inside. He looks like he enjoys it more as well. He doesn't have that pop like Inoue. I think Takuma is always in a struggle when he fights guys with that fight at high volume, that had to push the pace on him, because he don't have, like, if you look at his two losses, they're to two of the exact same type of styles. Nordinu Bali, come forward pressure fighter, heavy hands, high volume guy. Seiya Tsutsumi, an even higher volume guy, an even more intelligent pressure fighter. You saw he got beat the hell up in that fight. So I just think it's not so much about his fighting style. I think his fighting style, him and Inoue have a very, very similar style. Takuma Inoue and Naya have a very similar style, very similar tendencies. It's just that one guy is an A+ athlete who's a world-class knockout artist and puncher. The other guy is a slightly above average puncher at best, and he's not the elite athlete that Inoue is. That's what the difference is between them. So I think it's just more so about, you gotta keep him away from anybody who's a high volume fighter. Anybody who's a high volume fighter that can put him on the back foot, big problems for him. I hope Top Rank forces their guys at 126 to unify. I hope so too. I hope so too. So you guys can see that some of these guys at featherweight that you think are like that really aren't like that. With all due respect. I know Angelo wants to fight Espinosa, and I'm sure if given the opportunity, Espinosa will fight Angelo. So I don't think it's the fighters. In fact, I'm more than confident it's not the fighters. It's Top Rank, But I'm with you. I would like the featherweights to unify. I think Bob may consider it when he realizes Inoue isn't moving up. He's not moving up at all. Listen. Like I said earlier in the live, like I'm beginning to become okay with Inoue being a 122 pounder. He's really small. He really is. So we'll see. Fulton's always getting pulled into fights, going away from his strength. He is, and I think, Sean, the reason why that started happening to him, that started happening to him around when he fought like Adam Lopez, because he had a long streak where he was just fighting all these Mexican American guys, Adam Lopez, Angelo, Brandon Figueroa, these kind of fighters. I feel like those fights, he had a game plan so much to fight like that it's like he almost forgot how to box and be the complete fighter he was before those fights. So I still think I'm not ready to write Stephen Fulton off. I still think Stephen Fulton is a tough out and there's still a really great fighter in there. I think people are jumping the gun on the Castro fight because after the knockdown he adjusted very well and started to look like the cool boy of old towards the end of the fight. But we'll see. I'm rooting for him. I want to beat Brandon Figueroa. I think Espinosa would stop Angelo. Hey, we're all entitled to our opinions, especially if you're in America. We have a constitutional right to our opinions, but it don't make him correct. He ain't stopping no Angelo, Leo. No way. I'm making it my personal business to make sure he don't stop Angelo, Leo. That ain't happening. He's got way too many holes. I hope Fulton wins. It will make Inoue's win look better. It would. When these guys start having victories after you beat them, it makes you look better. Yeah. Espinosa's chin is there to be hit. Not just his chin. I mean, I'm not even worried about his chin. It's not just his chin. It's quite a couple other things too. I think Espinosa and Leo would go the distance, and the fight would be close. Maybe it would. Espinosa. One thing about him is that at 126, he's got he has incredibly dense bones, so he don't gotta land too many punches to really hurt you. You know that bone density, him being 6'1" and getting full extension on those punches, it would really make a tough night for anybody. So I think he's a tough out. I don't know if it'll be close, to be honest with you, though. I'll be honest. Like I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. Like Espinosa could give He could listen. It's boxing. Anything could happen. He could stop Angelo. He could stop Angelo. Angelo could stop him. Anything could happen. But based on what I know, I don't think so. I don't think he stops Angelo. I don't think he stops Angelo, and I don't think it's be a particularly close fight either. I think he could beat the hell up, to be honest with you. But I hope it happens. There's no disrespect. I just want to see the fight. So hopefully it can happen in 2025. That's one of the fights that I feel. That's one of the 3 fights I want for Angelo in 2025. So hopefully it can happen. What was it? My man right here asked me, my guy, what was the guy's name? Jazz 11. He says, "Are you going to the Ioka fight?" Yes, I am. I will be there. I will be in Tokyo in Ota City, Tokyo, at the Ota City General Gymnasium Arena. I'll be there. So I'm looking forward to hopefully meeting some people at the fight. And if not, don't matter to me. I'm gonna watch big fights. I'm gonna watch, good title fights and get to experience Japanese boxing on the world title level. So hopefully, I know I will get some good content from it. Espinosa is too big for Leo. If he fucked up Ramirez, he can do... Okay. Robesi. Like, I'm going to give Espinosa his credit because I thought, honestly, he proved me wrong. I thought Robesi would come back better in the rematch and beat him, and that's not what happened. But Robesi and Angelo are 2 different fighters. Way different fighters. Like, first of all, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Robesi, but Robesi has quit in him. He quit, and he was okay with quitting. And he's been hurt, and he's been dropped before in his career. He's been stopped in his pro debut. That's not the case with Angelo. Angelo never been dropped by anyone, and he's fought bigger punches than Espinosa. He's fought way bigger punches than Espinosa's fought. When has Espinosa fought a puncher as big as Renato Lopez? Never. And Robesi can punch. Robesi's an above average puncher, but he's not Renato Lopez puncher. I don't trust his durability. Yeah, that's right. I don't trust Espinosa's durability. I don't think Espinosa will be durable enough to go 12 rounds of Angelo. So you're saying he's too big for Angelo. I think he's too leaky for Angelo. I think he's too flawed for Angelo. He's not. In fact, I don't even think to really put it honest with you, he's a fantastic fighter, fun fighter. I don't think he's on the same level as Angelo, honestly. And I would love, and I hope and pray that Top Rank and Bob will let them both fight each other, because I don't think Espinosa is ducking Angelo. I don't think Angelo's ducking Espinosa. I think both fighters, if given the opportunity, will fight each other. But Top Rank seems to have their plans. I hope their plans can get changed and they can fight each other, because it would be a fun fight for boxing. And I know I'll be right. I know I'll be right about that fight. Shout out to my guy, Brandon Hilke said, what's the deal, BT? Happy to catch your live streams. Hope you have a happy new year in Japan, by the way. My question before bedtime is, how competitive will Goodman versus the Monster be? And Brandon, good to see you. I know you've been a long time viewer, so I appreciate any time you do chime in. As far as Inoue Goodman, I think with Goodman not being a big puncher, he's going to have to slow the pace down. And I think he will. I think early on, he's going to slow the pace down pretty well. Like, he may even get a couple rounds in the early going into the fight. But by the middle rounds, I think Inoue's going to start teeing off on him. I just don't think he has enough firepower to keep him honest. I think also, too, with the injuries he suffered in sparring, that's going to make his punch resistance go down. So I'm saying that fight's not going past the 8th round. I think Inoue with inside of 8, that's probably the most realistic prediction I can give you. You know? No, Ioka's not fighting at the Ariake Arena. He will be at it'll be in Ota City at the General Gymnasium. That's another reason. That's another arena and venue they use a lot for fights here in Japan. A lot of guys have fought world title fights there. Inoue's fought there before. So I was talking about the Tank Roach undercard earlier, and ESPN doesn't have the Stanionis Giasha fight listed, let alone Russell Vile. Yeah, it's been a lot of funny business. We've heard conflicting reports. Nobody really knows what's what. I heard initially that it was going to be Giasha and Stanionis on the card. Now we're hearing it's not. So that whole promotion, I think, for that fight should just be scrapped. That whole promotion should be scrapped, because really and truthfully, I just don't think that I don't think that, like, nobody really wants to see that fight. We need the Japan vlog. Maybe I'll do a Japan vlog at some point, but I mean, I did a whole live in Shibuya. My last live I was in Shibuya, so go check that out. That was vlog style content. I was in Shibuya just walking around talking boxing. So, take this damn gum out. Oh man! Shout out to my guy Philippians 413 with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you, champ. You know, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Good to see you. Hope all is well. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the video of Jin Sasaki doing the Ali shuffle and the Mike Tyson peekaboo style. It was pretty cool, you know. So yeah, thank you for contributing. I'm not in Japan without people like you who come here and contribute like you have over the years. So thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Do you think you'll get the Monster interview coming back for the States? No, I don't. To be honest with you, no, I don't. If I'm being like realistic, probably not. But I'm not really bothered about it. Like, it doesn't make or break me. You know, I'm gonna interview every prominent Japanese fighter. Besides, if I can't get him, I'll just interview every fighter who's not in the way in Japan. So fuck it. It's not really gonna make or break me. Of course I would love the opportunity to, but they're very protect. You know what? Do I really want to? Do I really want to talk about this? Should I talk about this? Fuck it, I'll talk about it. So look, I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna tell you guys this. Because I always get these questions asked about, you know, like Inoue and will I interview Inoue? And of course, it would be nothing short of a dream come true to interview Inoue, because I've been trying to do that for a while now, and I've been covering him here on YouTube for almost 10 years straight, consistently, and he's one of my favorite fighters. I love Inoue. I think he's great for boxing. But the other day, I actually went to his gym again. I went there again. As many of you guys know, I went there last year, but the other day I went there again, and I went to his gym 2 days ago, and when I was walking to the gym this time, I walked to the gym from a different angle, and I noticed as I was walking to the gym this time that because you can see inside the gym from the street, from a certain street, part of the street, across the street, and I noticed that where the gym is, there's a 3rd floor and there's a 4th floor. The 3rd floor is where they train the kids. And I realized when I was looking at the gym for that angle that last year I had one on the kids' floor. I didn't know that just above it was the floor where the professionals trained. And last year, um, I know one of Inoue's old sparring partners from England, and he had told me what time he trains. So last year when I went to the gym, I didn't go at that time he told me to go. But this year I went at the time he told me to go. So I literally went to the gym. I went to Ohashi gym by myself again. I went to the fourth floor, and I walked right in. And when I walked into the gym, I saw Kaiosuke Matsumoto, the featherweight contender and Japanese champion. He was in there, and I saw Inoue. I physically seen Inoue in person. If I wanted to, at that moment in time, I could have ran right up to him, or I could have said something to him, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to make a big scene in the gym that day. So I talked to one of the coaches there, and I was just telling them who I was, and they kindly escorted me out of the gym, off of the fourth floor, and they took me back down to the third floor, and they made me go. They made me go speak to the one of the managers in the gym. And the good thing is that manager from the gym, he already knew who I was because I met him at a show in Japan when I first got here back in November. So he knew who I was. He knew we had a mutual friend. And I was trying to get information. The whole reason I went, honestly, the whole reason I went to Ohashi Gym again, I wasn't even trying to go this time to get the Inoue interview. I already accepted the fact that I'm probably never going to interview Inoue when I'm in Japan. It's probably never going to happen. That's just honest to God's truth. But what I did want to do is I was trying to find out information of when I can go to his media workout for the Sam Goodman fight. So that's why I went there. And I talked to the guy from the gym. He kind of gave me the runaround. He said, I gotta go talk to the Japanese Boxing Commission and see what the information is. But I made progress. I know the guy from the gym knows my face and whatnot. But yeah, I saw him. So what I can tell you from seeing Inoue in person for the first time is he's very small. He's smaller than I thought he was. I knew he was small, obviously, but now I really understand why they're taking their time with him at 122. And you know what? Take your time. Take your time. He's small. He's small as fuck. He's gonna be really up against it at featherweight. He's very small, guys. I didn't realize, I knew he was small, and I know obviously he fought at 108, he's fought at 115, so obviously he's gonna be small. But Angelo Leo had a fight at 118 or 115 once in his career. He's fought at 118 in his career. He was small. He was small, guys. How small is he compared to Leo? He was smaller. I would say Angelo's bigger than him. Angelo's wider than him. Angelo's looks I'm telling you right now, after seeing Inoue physically in person, I would still favor him even against guys like Bruce Carrington, but he's small, guys. He's really, really small. So in regards to me getting the Inoue interview, I'm not mad about it. I'm still working on it. I'm talking to one of the managers from the gym, and I have to go to the Japanese Boxing Commission headquarters, which I can't really go there until January the 7th because they're closed from now until January the 6th. So I have to go there and talk to them about maybe going to the media workout, and I have to talk to some more people in Japan that I know and see if I can get to them because it's very difficult. I really could have just went up to him and been on my Shannon Briggs shit and just ran right up to him, but I didn't do that. I wanted to be respectful. I wanted to keep the peace. I didn't want to go up in there and cause a big scene or be disrespectful or anything like that. I respect the country. I respect the customs. I want to make an appointment with him because they said you have to make an appointment, which I know you got to do at Japanese gyms, but I don't know anybody at Ohashi Gym to make an appointment with. I don't have anybody's contact information there. And then when I go to the gym, they say make an appointment. I can't do anything because I don't have an appointment. So it kind of puts me in a rock and a hard place. But I have faith, man. I made progress. I have faith. I wasn't in there yelling or causing a big scene. When they told me to leave, I didn't push back. I left. When I talked to the gym owner, or to one of the gym managers, I didn't try to be forceful. I just respected whatever he told me, and I left. I didn't go back up to the second floor, to the fourth floor after I got done on the third floor. I was respectful. So I'm hoping, just in due time, as I continue to show my face and grow the channel, they give me the chance. Because I think it'd be a great interview. And I'm to the point now where it's if it's only a 2 or 3 question interview, I'm okay with it. Like, I don't need a 20-minute in-a-way interview. It's all good. I just want to say I can do it because, you know, every time I get asked about it a lot, you know. Desk Lamp says, I've seen Leo in real life. He seems like he's 5'5" or 5'6". Angelo's about 5'6". Inoue is probably like 5'4", maybe. Maybe he's 5'4". He wasn't big. He was very, very small. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. Well, in Japan, respect is important. It is important, and he said, "I gotta hold Ohashi's hands." But listen, if I gotta hold Ohashi's hands, then he can keep. He can keep. You can keep the interview. We're not holding nobody's hands. We're only holding hands of the highest caliber, most beautiful women in Japan and abroad. He's that small, huh? Amazing that he beat. Yeah, it is amazing. It really is amazing. I give it to him, man. He was small. Cause like I've seen Kenshiro in person twice. He's very small. I think Inoue is probably like, I'm gonna say like maybe 2 inches taller than Kenshiro. Something like that. 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches. He wasn't big. He was not very big. Would Angelo take the fight with Inoue if it was at 122? That's a good question. I don't know. I have to ask him that question myself. I do know that what I can tell you is that when he fought Aaron Alameda, I was with him in Houston, and that was a very hard weight cut, and that was 3 years ago in 2021. He made 122 on the dot, and his eyes were sunken in, and he had to get on IVs right after the fight. So it'd be very difficult, but I'm sure if they paid the right amount of money, he'd take it. But he'd be really disarming himself. I think I wouldn't advise him to take that fight at 122. If Inoue want to come be great, come to 126. If I was in charge of the decisions, I wouldn't fight him at 122. Shout out to Android with the super chat. He says, "Happy New Year, man. Keep going." Thank you. I'm gonna keep going. Hold on. I keep putting this damn gun back in my mouth. BT, if Inoue gave you an interview right now, but only 3 questions, what would you ask? I'd ask him probably about one of the first things I would ask him about is how he generates his punching power. Like, cause if you watch Inoue's punching power, or how he generates power, his head is like on the center line. He's mastered like getting leverage off that center line and generating punching power. So I'd probably have some sort of question about his punching power and body placement. I'm not sure how I'd phrase it, but it'd be something all about that. I would ask him about his amateur fights with Kenshiro, because he fought Kenshiro a couple times in the amateurs. There's no footage of it at all anywhere on YouTube, but there's a picture of them. Like, there's a picture of them in the amateurs, and Inoue's getting his hand raised, and Kenshiro is right there, you know, like dejected because he lost. And then I'd probably ask him about fighting Angelo Leo, honestly, at 126, fighting at featherweight. So yeah, if I get 3 questions, maybe those are 3 I ask. I don't know. I'd have to say that I won't know what I'll ask him until I actually get it. Sometimes it's hard for me to know what I'm going to ask a fighter until I actually know I'm getting the interview, you know. But I'd ask him something along those lines. Maybe before that I would come up with something better, because sometimes I have questions I want to ask, and then when the time comes to interview him, I think of better questions. I mean, I don't know what I'd ask him, but I definitely ask him about his punching power, like just his technique, like how he's able to generate so much, despite the fact that his head really never moves off the center line. I'd ask him that. I'd ask him like about body, like the placement of his body punches. I'd ask him about, you know, if he's been influenced at all by Floyd Mayweather and Canelo, because I've heard people over the years, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people over the years compare Inoue to Canelo, because there's this video that this Japanese guy made on Twitter of like Inoue and Canelo side by side highlights, and they look exactly the same. And then some people said that he reminds him of Pretty Boy Floyd. So I don't know what I'd ask him. I'd have to actually just get it. I want to just get it, because it's been like it's been the hardest thing in the world this whole Inoue thing. I've never done anything hard in my life than try to get this interview. And I'm gonna keep trying. I'm not gonna quit. I have other ideas. I have things I'm gonna do. It is gonna happen. I'm gonna if I can't interview him, I'm gonna interview every single person in Japan until they know who I am. So, you know, don't matter if it's now. Don't matter if it's when he's retired. It doesn't matter if it's when he's 50. It's gonna happen. So. We can't say Angelo is ducking 122 since he's moving up. That's Hyro. That's a Hyro comment. I can already tell it's Hyro. Leo has a wide back. 122 is going to be tough to make. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, and there's by the way, everybody show appreciation to Tai in the comments. That's my translator. That's my Japanese translator right there. That's Tai Yamamoto, the best translator in boxing. Listen, after we do a couple more of these Japanese interviews and we eventually get the Inoue interview, they're gonna have to start paying Taihei the big bucks, the big yen to do these interviews. None of the other guys you interviewed know him, can put in a good word. Maybe they could. I mean, I know Jin knows him. I know Jin fought on his undercard. Tsutsumi. I mean, there's a lot of guys. So I'm just telling you guys, it's hard to really describe, but like when it comes to anything with Inoue in this country, it's very difficult. They're very protective of him, and rightfully so. They should be protective of him because he's such a big star. But they're very protective of him. He's very guarded. But you know, I believe in myself. If there's one thing that I've shown over the years, is I believe in myself. I've come to Japan multiple times, you know, and I told you guys many things I'm gonna do over the years and done them. So I believe in myself. If there's one thing, if there's one thing I want people to accuse me of being, it's being confident in myself and what I'm capable of being able to produce. So I think in due time it will happen. At the right time, when God wants it to happen, not me. Why don't I give out wrenches? I don't know why I don't give out wrenches. I think years ago I had a bunch of people who had wrenches, and then people started going crazy with the wrenches, and I got rid of the wrenches for everybody. So that's probably why. Keenan KTV was good. Shout out to Keenan KTV. Good to see you, champ. Will you be back in Vegas by March? I hope to meet you at Border Wars. Good night, brother. No, I'll be back in Vegas by March, but I don't know if I'll be in Vegas. I'll be back in America by March, but I'm not sure if I'll be in America, like in Vegas at that time. I don't know where I'll be in March. So hopefully I get to meet you. Quiet BTV says, bro, who are you talking about Inoue? Who am I? I'm the untouchable True School Sports Empire. And I run the home of boxing. And I'm the best boxing content creator in the world. Who the fuck are you? Technically, he's not good, but still dangerous. Who are you talking about? Santana's talking about... I'm not even sure who he's talking about. BT's on a worldwide boxing tour. I wouldn't say worldwide, but, you know, I'm doing my thing. I wish I could go on a worldwide tour. I'm not on a worldwide tour yet. How would you know if I'm Hyro? Because it just sounds like a Hyro comment. But if you're not Hyro, then you're not Hyro. But this is a kid Hyro who was always on here saying stupid shit, and you sound like him right now. So, yeah. I'm surprised Johnny's Combat News didn't make a video making fun. I don't know. That's on him. I'm watching a delusional guy. Thank you. I'm so glad that I'm delusional, because the people that are called delusional, the people that are called crazy, are the ones that actually like accomplish things in life. So if I call confident, you call delusion, then I'll be delusional. Let me be the most delusional man in boxing. I'm delusional as hell. I was delusional to start my channel years ago to cover boxing when people said it wasn't a good idea. I was delusional to cover fighters in South Florida when people said it was delusional. I was delusional to cover Japanese boxing when it wasn't popular and people said, why are you talking about these guys? I was delusional to come to Japan in 2023. I was even more delusional to come to Japan in 2024 when I wasn't even planning on it. So I'm delusional. Yes, I am delusional. You know what? I'm so delusional, I'm about to boot you the fuck up out of here. So let me be delusional. There you go. I saw that Takuma Inoue has the option to face the winner of Tsutsumi versus Higa. Does he? Does he? I didn't know that. Why? Why would he have the option to face the winner? He just lost. Like, what if that's the case, if what you're telling me is true, what are we doing here? Is he getting Ohashi gym privilege? Like, why is Takuma Inoue getting the option to face the winner? He just got his ass whooped. He need to go fight Tenshin. He needs to go fight He needs to go fight Tenshin. He needs to go fight, Katsumo Akitsugi, other top bantamweights. Lawrence Newton from South Florida. Go fight him, who's like number 5 in the WBA. Go do something to go earn a fight with Tsutsumi. There's no way you should be getting an option after you just lost. And I like Takuma. I'm a Takuma fan. Like, I'm not one of these people that just supports Takuma Inoue because he's Inoue's brother. No. I like Takuma just for who he is as a fighter. He's legitimately a good fighter, but he shouldn't be getting the option to face the winner of that fight. That's bullshit. Takuma has more value to them. He does because of the name, but I mean, it's not fair. And honestly, I don't like that. I don't like that for Tsutsumi, because if Tsutsumi has a closer fight with Takuma in the rematch, they're gonna rob Tsutsumi, because Ohashi Promotions, they robbed Tsutsumi when he fought Nakajima all those years ago. For those of you who don't know, Seiya Tsutsumi, who beat Takuma Inoue to win the title, who also had that fight where, tragically, he fought Kazuki Anaguchi and he had passed away. Tsutsumi fought one of the fighters from the gym. He fought Kazuki Nakajima years ago, and he beat him clearly, outboxed him, outfought him, everything. But they ruled it a draw. And Nakajima, in my opinion, I thought he got a draw because he's an Ohashi gym fighter, and Hideki Ohashi is one of the most powerful people in this damn country when it comes to boxing. So I don't like that, man. I don't like that for Tsutsumi. Tsutsumi should be able to fight Junto, other champions, things like that. Are you planning to learn Japanese? I'm practicing. I gotta practice a whole lot more, but yeah, I am. Why wouldn't a boxing channel talk about a box? That's what I'm saying. Like, you get these people up in here that they shoot up the side of their mouth like they know what they're talking about, and they don't know a motherfucking thing. Sometimes, like, I really wish, like, because I'm a respectful person, and I don't act like something I'm not, but sometimes I wish people would the way they're disrespectful to me online, I wish they would be disrespectful in real life. I wish they would be disrespectful to me like that in real life. I wish. I pray for it one day. Because people get real crazy on the internet. Yeah, screw Antonio Vargas, who is doing... That's what I'm saying, like... Takuma Inoue should have to fight Antonio Vargas. Antonio Vargas, one of the top guys, not just get a free shot. What is this, charity? What is this, the Oprah Winfrey show? You get a title shot, you get a title shot, you get a car. No, this ain't that. So, if I'm not gonna go too hard right now, but if the day comes where Takuma Inoue hasn't fought a legitimate contender, got back in the win column, done something to actually go ahead and get the fight, oh my God, I'm going off. I'm gonna go off. Then I really may never get the Inoue interview, because I'm gonna be too honest, I don't know if Nakatani's fighting a pushover opponent. I haven't really looked into David Cuellar. I've seen the name. I'm familiar with the name. I just never watched him fight, so I don't know. But he's a Mexican fighter, so I don't give a damn. Mexican fighters, they all come to fight. The fuck, when you cover Inoue for years? Because yeah, I'm not delusional. Did I see Connie Salas get robbed? Yes, I watched it the other day. I watched it live, and then I did a video about it. Yeah, to me, it's the worst robbery I've seen in boxing all year. It's worse than Boachuk versus Virgil. It's worse than any robbery you can think of, because unlike the other guys, this guy Connie Salas can't just get a title shot, Why do people in boxing who are less accomplished get paid less? Bam gets paid a fraction of what Ryan makes. Why? This has to be Hyro. Anyway, I think that, really and truthfully, I think that what a fighter gets paid and what they accomplish, unfortunately, is not always a direct correlation. You could be an accomplished fighter, but if you don't have the fan base to sell the tickets, then you're not gonna get paid like you should, even though you compete. It's fucked up. It really is. But it's just how it's how the business of boxing is. So, like, for example, Ryan Garcia has never challenged for a world title. But Ryan Garcia will make more money than Terrence Crawford. You know, he'll make more money than a lot of fighters who have won world titles and been undisputed. And then you get, like you mentioned Bam, top pound fighter, but he's not like a big star like that. And he hasn't built his fan base enough to command those big time paydays. So maybe that'll change in the future as he progresses. But that's just how it goes. That's the best explanation I can give you. So that's why in this day and age where I think fighters need to they need to worry about being great fighters, and of course, because that's the most important thing. But they also need to be business minded in the sense of they need to have good people around them that can help their names stay relevant and help them grow their fan base. You know, like having good social media people behind you is, I think, almost as important as being a fighter. Only because social media these days is how a lot of people consume information. So if a fighter is a world champion but doesn't have a social media presence, then they're not going to get all they can get out of boxing, you know, money-wise, you know, monetarily speaking. So that's just the truth. You earn what you're worth. Like Sean says, you earn what you're worth. Nah, man, you don't want them getting right in real life. Some of these people are crazy. I'm a little crazy too, so we'll see. We'll see. I don't go looking for trouble. I don't go looking for problems, but I'm damn sure finish them if they come my way. So like that's where it is. That's what it is. And I'm not, you know, when I'm at fights, I'm always by myself, so you never catch me punking out. I saw Inoue's dad in Iowa and Takuma are not allowed to spar because if they get because they get into real fight in Iowa a bit. Oh, interesting. Well, that makes sense. Pop, your dad would know best, right? The Pops would know best. He's seen him spar, so it's a good idea. I think Virgil Ortiz is overrated in his own right. I like Virgil. I think right now, see, people were saying he was overrated before Boachuk, and I didn't think that was fair. I think that like Virgil was properly rated before he fought Boachuk. I still think he has one of the best power jabs in the business. I think he's a great finisher. I think he's one of the better American fighters out there right now, honestly. But I thought he lost against Boachuk, and he didn't perform up to like the standard he needed to beat to show that he was really what he is. So I would think right now he's probably he's slightly overrated, but he's still a damn good fighter. I still think he can beat most of the 154 pounders, and I think everyone thinks Magomadov's gonna beat Virgil. I don't think so. I've heard people say that they think Magomadov has a better jab than Virgil. Absolutely not. I think Virgil's gonna put a beating on Magomadov. I think Virgil's gonna make the adjustment from the Boachuk fight. Like Boachuk's a different style. Like this style is better for him, my opinion. And on top of that, like this style is better for him. And on top of that, Magomadov isn't as well conditioned as Boachuk. I think Boachuk is more well conditioned, and Boachuk has sparred Virgil in the past, so he had knowledge of sparring him. Maybe Magomadov might have sparred Virgil too. I think he said he sparred him too, but I just think, look, Virgil's going to beat Magomadov. Magomadov is a good fighter. He was a champion. He's one of the top guys in the division. I think people are starting to overrate him because he fought Terrence Crawford. And this happens with every fighter who fights a big name. It happens like when they fight Canelo after the fact. It happens with fighters that fight Inoue after the fact. It happens with fighters that fight, you know, Crawford. He's a good fighter. Like Sean Newton saying he's got better feet. Maybe he does, but he's probably a better mover. But I think Virgil has the jab, and he has that ability to cut the ring off to nullify that. And when he nullifies that, I think Magomadov's screwed. Honestly, I think he's gonna get stopped late in the fight. But it's a good fight. You know, you can't go wrong with either of them. I think stylistically, especially when you consider how underwhelming Virgil was in the last fight against Boachuk when he got put on his ass twice, you'd be well within your rights to pick a guy like Magomadov. I just think that the Virgil jab and the ability to cut the ring off is going to be the difference, and Magomadov's feet won't be as big of a factor as people think. He's going to have to go out there and he's going to have to go there and actually fight Virgil and have the firepower to get Virgil off of him and get his respect. Now, if he can do that, that's going to allow him to use the feet, and the feet become more of a factor. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Virgil's going to stop Magomadov. What's up, BT? You watched the Gonzalez fight, but you still haven't made the video about the 115 IBF title draw. I thought this was the home of boxing. I am the home of boxing. I've been traveling. I can't. Listen, I can't. I'm one man, Hyro. I'm one fucking man. I do my best. I know about it though. I know that. Yeah, it was Renee. Was it Renee Calixto and like another Mexican guy? They fought for the IBF belt and it was a draw. I paid attention to it because I want the guy that I like at 115, who I think is going to be a big factor in 2025, Suzumi Takayama, to fight for that title so that he could eventually get a BAM fight. But I know about it. Just because I don't make videos about something doesn't mean I didn't watch it or I don't know about it. Guys, boxing is literally my life. It's my entire life. That's it. Boxing, boxing, boxing. Up to my eyeballs all the time. So I know about it, and you know, I'll probably do a follow-up video when they actually fight again. But I know about it. Boots or Sasaki? That's a good question. Fuck, I don't know. It's a tough fight. I lean slightly towards Boots right now, just because I think Boots has an advantage in experience, and I think Boots is gonna be able to exploit the Jin Sasaki lack of defense right now. But if Boots is having a hard time making the welterweight limit, like he says, I think this is gonna be an incredibly hard fight for him. Because when you just go down the welterweight division, whether it be the champions or the guys in the top 15, Jin Sasaki is one of the hardest punching fighters out of all of them. I think it'd be fair to say if Boots fought Sasaki, Sasaki would easily qualify as the biggest puncher he's fought to date. So for that reason, it's an interesting fight. Do you think Boots' lack of defense will ever catch up to him as he steps up in competition? Yes. I think the Jin Sasaki fight could be one of those fights where it catches up to him, just because, you know, he gets hit a lot, and he's having a hard time making the weight, and that guy can really crack. He can really, really crack. I hope it happens. I'm a big fan of both guys. They're both my two favorite welterweights they're two of my favorite welterweights in boxing. I want to see it happen in 2025. If not that, then give me Brian Norman versus Jin. I actually think Jin Sasaki versus Brian Norman is actually a better fight, just because they're closer in experience level, age, all that. I think that fight makes a little more sense. But this guy Jin is Brian Norman's Jaron Ennis's #1 contender. My boy Artie Bonilla is gonna run the 115 division. I'll be checking out for him. Shout out to him, Artie Bonilla. BT, are you surprised that the gold medalist of the Olympics this year hasn't been signed to big promotion? Which gold medalist? Who? Because I mean, there's a lot of gold medalists. I mean, it depends on where they're from. If it's like a fighter from Uzbekistan, then I understand it, because some promoters don't, like a lot of promoters are reluctant to sign Uzbek fighters or Eastern European fighters because they can't speak English, so they may feel like the ability for them to be marketed and become stars is lower than, let's say, a guy from the States or Britain or Mexico or something like that. But I don't know. Which gold medalist are you referring to? I think the version of Boutier that Stanionis beat would give all the top guys a run for their money. That was a very good fight. I was at that fight. Yeah, it could be. That was a very good Boutier. Ooh! Sean Lewis says Jin beats Brian Norman. Yeah, to me, that one's a pick'em. Like, to me, that fight is so exciting because both those guys, like, to me, that fight's a shootout. That fight's a fight of, like, who lands their shit, like who's gonna land their big shit first. And I think if we're talking about who's gonna land their, I think Jin Sasaki will get his punches, his big punches off first. I think Brian Norman might be the slightly more heavier puncher, but Jin is the more agile fighter. The more, you know, if that makes sense. So I think, you know, I would lean towards him, but it'd be a great fight. You can't go wrong either way. I think Boots should be favored over Jin, and Jin, I'd make I don't want to say a slight favorite. I would say it's a 50-50 fight, and I would say that I would lean towards Jin. I like Boachuk and seem like I'm giving him a hard time, but he just seems so basic and beatable to me. Well, he is basic, but he's mad. The thing is, people always use that word in a negative connotation in boxing. They say, like, oh, well, this guy's basic. He only has this. He only has that. Being basic isn't a bad thing. If you're a master of the basics, you're a very hard guy to beat. And you see, Boachuk is a master of the basics. He's a very good fighter basically speaking, in terms of fundamentals. But he also does have some Mexican influence because he's been Manny Roblox, so he can fight on the inside. He's had a lot of different sparring over the years, so he's seen different looks. And then he's got elite conditioning, so he doesn't get tired. You can't bank on a guy like him getting tired in a fight. So I think that those things will make Boychuk so hard to beat, in my opinion. That Mexican Olympian looks good. You're talking about Marco Verde. Yeah, I don't know if anybody signed with him yet, but I know a lot of promoters were interested. I know Matchroom Boxing was interested in Marco Verde. I know that Mayweather Promotions was interested in Marco Verde. So he would be a very hot commodity for the promoters. I didn't even get a chance to watch the Olympics like I wanted to because when the Olympics were going on, I was in training camp with Angelo Leo for Venado Lopez, so I didn't have time to follow the Olympics the way I wanted to. But I kept hearing his name and I seen some highlights. He's a good fighter, and with him being a Mexican Olympian, that's obviously, you guys know about Mexicans in boxing and their influence and the kind of fan bases those fighters tend to have. So yeah, there's potential there with him. Hyro says, BT, I wasn't hating on Hagler. I just thought statistics of Muhammad Ali comparing Usyk were similar. Well, there you go. Fair play to you, Hyro. And he says, like Earl Spence, who is great at fundamentals. Earl Spence, Hyro, was great at fundamentals. But he wasn't great of being disciplined outside the ring, which is why he didn't become maybe more than what he could have been in boxing. But he still had a good career. He still sold tickets, still became a star, still, had big events at Cowboy Stadium. So, yeah. But yeah, it's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor, the untouchable, True School Sports Empire. I'm live in Japan. Some of you guys think I'm in an attic. I'm not in an attic. In fact, you know what? Because my ass is starting to hurt from sitting up here. Let me give you guys a brief tour, and then we'll come back up here. Let me give you guys a brief tour where I'm staying. So I'm going to give you guys a tour. Since you guys say I'm staying in the attic, let me give y'all the tour. So look, I'm in a guest house right now. I'm not in a attic. I'm actually in a guest house. So look. I gotta go down here, and then I gotta go over there. So look, let me give you guys the grand tour. So, since you guys think I'm in an attic, I'm not in an attic. I'm just in a little workspace. All right. So that's outside. All right. There's the entrance. That's where I was. All right. And you come here. And normally there's people that stay here, but I haven't met anybody here yet. There's nobody here, so it's just me right now. But there's a kitchen. All right, you got this here. You got like you got games. They got like a Rubik's Cube. They got Uno, Japanese Uno for you. And you go over here. Let me show you. And then I stay in there. Hold on, let's go. Let me show you guys where I stay. Don't mind the mess. Oh, fuck, my head. All right, so my bag is here, and then I sleep right over there. So this is it. Y'all think I'm living large and in charge? I'm sleeping in one of these. But then hold on. Like somebody's supposed to sleep there, and then got the bathroom. Sink, all that good stuff, so it ain't much, but this is where we at. This is where I'm at. This is the setup. You got the stove there, fridge there, washing machine there, shower there. So there you go. For those of you who say I'm living in a treehouse, I'm not living in a treehouse. So is this a hostel sharing bathroom? Yeah, it's pretty much like a hostel, but right now I'm the only person here because I've been here for like a day. But I haven't seen or ran into anybody. So right now it's just BT with the house to himself. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just like the movies. It's just like I'm in the army. Yeah, just like in the army. Rent is like $15 a day. Yeah, this one is, it's like something like that. Maybe even a little cheaper. But, yeah, it's pretty good. Did you stay at a capsule hotel? When I was in Tokyo, I stayed like in something not like this. A capsule hotel, you could say, yeah. Jesus, how many bags did you bring? I only brought one. I brought one bag. I brought one bag, and then I bought like this red bag to carry on my chest. So I have 2 bags now, but it's one. Wait, Leon been there for weeks, and you know, I don't know what you're trying to say. I've stayed in different parts of Japan, so like I've been moving around the country. Sometimes Tokyo, sometimes Nakamatsu, sometimes back in Tokyo. Now I'm not in Tokyo. I'm not in Takamatsu. I'm not in Yokohama. I'm not I'm not Yokohama. I'm not in Kyoto. I'm not in Osaka. I'm in a town out the way. I'm in Mito, Japan. That's where I'm at. Mito, Japan. Yeah, I think I don't know if it was $15. I'm gonna say it was like 13. It might have been 13. I think it was like 13. Come to the country. How are the prices when in the end it's now weaker? The prices that like this place that I'm staying in, I think it was like 13. I'm gonna say it was like $13 a day. So pretty cheap. Cheaper than when I was staying last time in Tokyo. Hyro says, BT, give me a call when you can. Okay, I will. I like talking to you, Hyro. I'll call you when I can. But I'm here now, so you can talk to me now. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be on here, but you can talk to me now. Philippines 413 says, I'll be in church or a strip club every day. Yeah, no in between. Am I going to the Kazuto Ioka place? Fight? Yes, I am. I'll be there in Tokyo. I gotta take the train there. I'll be there on fight night. So if there's anybody in Japan that's going to be at the Kazuto Ioka fight and you know you're gonna be there, get in contact with me on Instagram or Twitter or email, something. And I'd love to meet some of the fine Japanese viewers that watch this channel, you know? Recommend me a cheap place in Tokyo. There's a lot of cheap places in Tokyo. You just gotta go look. Go on Airbnb. There's a place called Samurai Stay. Go look up Samurai Stay in Tokyo. Go check that place out. Capsule Hotel is known in the Western world as a pod hotel. It's a type of hotel developed in Japan that features many small-sized beds. Yeah. This is considered a capsule hotel of sorts. The other one was a capsule hotel as well. We call them hostels. I'm just trying to think of some guys Usyk should fight to silence Bradley's criticism. Oh no, look, I love Tim. Tim is my guy. Like, I know him in real life. We're friends. I love Tim. But if Usyk is already not an all-time great after clearing out the whole cruiserweight division, being undisputed, defending the belt as undisputed champion, going up to heavyweight, beating up guys not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, beating up elite guys 4 times, Joshua twice, Fury twice, to go undisputed at heavyweight. The first undisputed heavyweight champion since Lennox Lewis. If that's not enough to be all-time great, then nothing he can do. There's nothing he could do in his entire boxing career to ever be an all-time great. So, Ari is being moved like he's a Japanese fighter. He debuted at 10 rounds and already ranked. You should check him out. Okay, Ari Bonilla. I'll check him out. Ari Bonilla, prospect. Ari Bonilla, prospect. Ari Bonilla. All right, I got it in my head. It's in my memory now. Who do you want Casemiro to fight next since he keeps us away? Do you want to see him fight with your boy Angelo? I would love that fight if he came to featherweight. Casemiro would get beat the hell up by Angelo. He don't got no chance at all being Angelo. So I would love that fight because he's a name and he's a Filipino fighter and it'll make Angelo more popular. But I don't think it's realistic. Like, he's not ranked at featherweight. He's not relevant at featherweight and he's old. So I'd like it, but no, Casemiro's at 122. I'd like him to fight one of the champions at 122. So John Real Casemiro against Yoshiki Takai, Katsuma Akitsugi, John Real Casemiro against Takuma Inoue, John Real Casemiro versus Lawrence Newton. I mean, those are good fights for him. Are you in the Japanese car? Are you into Japanese cars manuals? Would you ever buy one? I don't know. I don't know. Would I ever buy a Japanese car? I mean, if I lived in Japan, I'd have to buy a Japanese car. Is Usyk a top 10 heavyweight ever? Yes. He's in the lower part of the top 10, but he's there. Might even be top. I think there's. I'm not saying he's definite top 5, but I'm saying you can make. It's a very easy case to make for him being a top 5 heavyweight of all time. He's probably not a top 5 heavyweight of all time. He's probably like somewhere like in the 6, 7 range, 8 range. Only because his era doesn't have enough smoke. There's not enough smoke for him to get into the top 5 with these resumes that guys like Ali and Foreman and what's his name, and like Joe Louis have. But he's an all-time great. He's definitely a top 10 heavyweight. He's on the lower part of the top 10. Hyro says, BT, you say I say dumb stuff, but I kept it real about the sport of boxing. I'm not a hardcore. You do keep things real about the sport, but you say stupid stuff, but you also keep it real. Two things can be true, Hyro, and you're wrong. You are a hardcore because you know too much. You know who Masamichi Ibuki is one of your favorite fighters, so therefore, just off that alone, you got to be a hardcore fan of boxing. I would love to see Angelo fight Joet Gonzalez. Oh, that's a good fight. I mean, stay busy fight if it ever happened. I mean, Joet's challenged for the title a bunch of times. Why not? But like, it's not a fight I really care about, honestly. Tim with the bag take, is Ward an all-time great? I personally don't think Andre Ward is an all-time great. In my opinion, but I'm the wrong guy to ask about Andre Ward because I'm a known Andre Ward hater. So I'm the wrong guy to ask about Ward. But I think, like, I saw Tim Short on his channel. He talked about Terrence Crawford being an all-time great. I think Terrence Crawford's an all-time great. I think he's great. Terrence Crawford, his whole career, the scope of his whole career is amazing. I mean, 4-division champion, 3-time lineal champion, 2-time undisputed champion, a 100% knockout ratio at 147. The first undisputed champion in boxing. He broke the drought because boxing went about roughly 9 to 10 years without an undisputed champion. He was the first one since Corey Spinks. He's a great fighter. He's a great fighter. So if he's trying to make this a thing of like, oh, well, you know, I don't know what his whole motive was behind bringing up Terrence Crawford, but I think Terrence is an all-time great. I don't think he's as high on the all-time greats list as Usyk is, but he's an all-time great. Do you think Inoue's career will go smoothly? If Inoue's career goes smoothly, he will have the best resume of this era when all said and done. If it goes smoothly, if it goes smoothly, in my opinion, means if he beats Jun Nakatani, if he goes undisputed at featherweight, and then if he goes ahead and he beats, maybe wins the title, picks the right guy at 130, wins the title there, to me, that's his career going smoothly. If that could play itself out, then yes, then he would have a case for his career going smoothly. But I don't think it's going to go smoothly for him his whole career. I think he's going to take a loss when he goes to featherweight, if he goes to featherweight. Because now that I don't see this man in person, I don't fault Ohashi, but I don't fault those guys anymore. He's very, very small, very small. Like I could not be more adamant about anything in the world. He's extremely. I knew this. I knew he was small, of course, because he turned pro at 108 and then at 115. But I just didn't realize how. I just thought he would be a bit more like filled out, and he wasn't. It was crazy to me. What's my opinion? I can't even say his first name. Yokoyama, the prospect. I've been hearing a lot about him. He just fought the other day here in Japan. I've been hearing a lot of great things about him. Some people have even calling him the next Inoue. I haven't had a chance to watch him for myself yet. So all I've been hearing is what other people are saying. I actually have it in my notes that I want to do a video about him because I've been hearing a lot about him in Japan while I've been here. So I don't have an opinion right now on him, but I probably will have an opinion on him here in the next couple of days when I watch him and do my video about him. So just stay tuned for that. But the thing about both Bud and Usyk is, what weight class do you put them? Like, when you rank them all time? I mean, for me, in my opinion, I think the best Terrence Crawford that ever existed was at 140. I think that was the best one. Victor Postal, Terrence Crawford.
Thomas Delorme, Terrence Crawford. Ray Beltran. Oh, my God. Ray Beltran, he boxed a beautiful performance that fight. Ray Beltran, Terrence Crawford. You know, that guy was special. Even like when he fought Hank Lundy, who I know isn't a great fighter. Like, Hank Lundy is not a great fighter, but just like, I feel like Terrence Crawford's speed, his punching power, his youth were all at its like crescendo when he was at 140. And for Usyk, people will know him more for heavyweight, and that's for damn sure, because you can tell by how people talk about his career that they don't know shit about him as a cruiserweight. They didn't watch the World Boxing Super Series when it happened. So yes, he'll get the fanfare, and most people are talking about him because of what he's done at heavyweight. But really and truthfully, cruiserweight Usyk was crazy. So the lower weight class those guys fought in was the best. How small is in a way that TV streets can't like. The thing is with TV. TV makes everyone seem bigger, and when it's a fighter that is getting knockouts and beating the shit out of everyone, it just makes them look bigger than they might actually really be. And obviously that's the case with him. He's, oh my God, like knocking the fuck out of everyone, big hard punches. So we think of him as to be this bigger guy than he really is. But when I see him in person, I'm like, wow, that's it. Like, he's okay, great fighter. He wasn't, in my opinion, when I seen him, he was maybe like, I've seen Kenshiro twice in person. He was maybe like 2 inches bigger than Kenshiro, like maybe 2 inches bigger, like taller than Kenshiro, I would say. I don't know what the listed heights are, but I'm just telling you off my eyes what I saw. He was maybe like two inches, maybe 1.5 inches taller than Kenshiro. In a way, career going smoothly does make his resume elite. No Ioka, no Estrada, no Bam, no Roman. That is true. I mean, to be fair, like, no Ioka. I mean, he didn't fight. Some people say that those guys ducked him. Whatever the case may be, he didn't fight those guys. So that definitely did help his career go a little bit more smoothly, because those all would have been hard fights. He might have lost to one of those guys. So that's a good point, Sean. Was Inoue cutting though? I don't know. I wasn't even in the gym I wasn't even there long enough to really like look at him. Guys, it happened so fast. I blinked my eyes 2 times. I was out of the gym because they didn't want me up there. They didn't want me up there. They don't want and not even just me. They don't want anybody up there because one of the coaches who didn't speak any English, and I don't really speak Japanese. What he did know how to say English, he said top secret training. That's what he kept saying. Top secret training. So I respected him, and I just got the fuck out of there. But maybe he's cutting, and that's why. I don't know, but he just was small to me. I remember when Inoue fought some 6-foot-tall British guy. He was knocked out in the first round. Yeah, you're talking about Jamie McDonald. Yeah, beat the shit out of him. Body shot, big time, body shot. Inoue is the same height as Gervonta. I don't know. Maybe no. I don't. If he is the same height, I don't think he is. I think Gervonta's might be a little taller than him. But even if he was, it's just that he's not going to be as wide and as filled out as Tank is. Tank is definitely the more like filled out person. You know? Angelo, Leo, Spy in the house. I mean, I was going to see him in person at some point regardless. Like, if I wasn't going to see him here, I was going to see him at the fight. So it didn't matter. I'm not spying on him. I didn't watch him train. To be honest with you, I don't even want to watch him train. Like, I really wish in a perfect world I could just ask 2 questions and get the fuck out the gym, but they won't let me do that. But, you know, yeah, we'll see what happens. In a way, maybe faking his. I mean, a lot of fighters. I mean, if he did it, a lot of fighters. A lot of fighters, they go ahead and they lie about their height. BT is Angelo's height. No, Angelo's taller than me. I'm a short guy. In a way, and me might be the same height. And you guys know I'm short, so. maybe it will be feasible during the Vegas fight. Maybe. Look, man, I'm not rushing anything. I'm not trying to cause no problems. I just want to cover Japanese boxing at the highest level and let the American audience know how great boxing is in Japan. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do here. And it's hard for me to do that if Inoue is not involved, because he's the best fighter from here and he's one of the best fighters in the world. Am I planning on going to Shibuya for New Year's? I wasn't planning on it, but that don't sound like half a bad idea. I'm going to be in Tokyo anyway, so I might as well go to Shibuya and go have me a fun time. You make it seem like Inoue is more famous than Otani. He's not. He's not more famous than Otani. Not even close. Not even close. Listen, Inoue is famous in Japan. Like he's very famous in Japan, but it's like one millionth of how famous Shohei Otani is in Japan. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close. Shohei Otani might be the most famous Japanese athlete to ever walk the earth. Like, straight up. He's not that level of popular. He's popular, but just not that level of popular. You know? Lindolfo Delgado called out Andy Hiroka on Ellie's live. Did he really? I'm gonna go check that out. I'm gonna check that out. Maybe do a video about it. That'd be a good fight. Lindolfo Delgado, I remember he was the co-main event on Angelo's undercard for the Finado fight. And, you know, Lindolfo's had a couple decent performances, but, like, to me, he's a good fighter. He's a good, steady fighter. He can punch. He would need to be better for that fight because Andy Hiroka is really good. Andy Hiroka is long rangey, but can also fight mid range. You know, so I would like to see that fight. It'd be a good fight. If Hiroka can't get the title shot against, like, you know, Raya or anything like that, Hiroka versus Lindolfo will be a banger because Lindolfo can punch. And it will give a chance for Lindolfo to put himself on the map. Hyro says, "What happened to Alexander Barkov? The playoffs are happening soon enough." We're just playing. We're not playing good hockey right now. I don't know why. The Panthers just. I mean, we always had these slumps around this time of year, so you know, it is what it is. But when we play the good teams, the elite teams, we always play great against the elite teams. It's these trash teams that we just don't get up for. So maybe I'm confident when the playoffs start, the Panthers will be fine and they'll be winning the Stanley Cup again this year. So, yup. Are you happy with your growth in Japanese boxing journalism during this trip, BT? Oh yes, 1,000%. People that work for Wahashi Gym, they know my face now, so that's a good thing. You know, I've made more connections in the gyms throughout the country, not just in Tokyo gyms, but, you know, like gyms in places way out that people don't go to normally. So yeah, man, I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm becoming more known for this, covering, you know, being an American who makes English content catered to Japanese boxing. I'm really pleased with that. I'm very happy about that, and I think I still got 34 days left here. I'm not leaving until February, so. I think the best is still yet. I honestly believe the best is still yet to come. I still think bigger things are going to happen on this trip. So I'm very pleased. I'm very satisfied, but definitely pushing for more. Technically, I don't consider Pitbull Cruz a PBC since he promoted by Manny Pacquiao. I used to be a Pitbull Cruz fan until he became a diva. Yeah, a lot of these guys can be divas at times. The Panthers need to sign new people. The Panthers are going to be playing against teams that are level. Yeah, I mean, I think we need a defenseman. I think if the Panthers don't trade a defenseman, we're going to run a big risk of not repeating as Stanley Cup champions. So probably like one more piece. Pitbull Cruz and Matias are pressure fighters with little in their arsenal. They are, and that's why I thought their fight, when they were both champions, they should have been, Sean Gibbons and Eddie Hearn and everyone that handles those guys' careers are not that bright, in my opinion, in this scenario, because they should have been rushing to make that fight. You would have had a Puerto Rico-Mexico unification fight for, for the belts at 140. It would have been fun. 2 pressure fighters, 2 action fighters from Puerto Rico, Mexico for the belts. Come on. Do I want to go to a ring gala go to the Ring Gala next year, BT? No, I don't want to go to the Ring Gala. I don't want anything that has to do with Saudi Arabia and boxing. I don't want any part of, to be honest with you. But if it's like, it's gonna be impossible for Ring to be like not involved with Saudi because Turkey bought the magazine. I don't want anything to do with it, to be honest with you. I'm good. But I would happily attend the Boxing Writers Association of America dinner, so maybe next year I can go to that. That'd be cool. He says he claims Ryle is a runner. That's what many Mexican pressure fighters have said when guys outbox them and they can't figure out how to cut the ring off. They always say that they run. No, it's just that you weren't good enough to stop them from running, quote unquote. But shout out to everybody here. It's your boy BT, the untouchable True School Sports Empire, live from Japan, live from the attic. We're just here, man, chilling, getting my day started before I go explore Mito, Japan, and go see what's going on here. You know, gotta get some food soon too. But still want to talk some boxing. I can't leave this place because my box don't have freaking that much data on it, so I gotta save it for later. But you know. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark, so I'm gonna go like 30 more minutes. We'll make it like 20 or 30 more minutes, and then I'll get up on out of here because I have to go eat. I'm getting really hungry, you know. And when I get hungry and people start talking trash to me in the comments, I start popping off. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to get out of character here. I want to just I want to be in good spirits. Hyrule says, it's crazy. Boxing scene is not the same anymore. And no more Michael Benson. Where do we get boxing news now? Yeah, it's tough. I just kind of just go on Twitter. I go on Twitter and I look at to see what fighters themselves are saying. I don't like it, man. Michael Benson did a good job of keeping everybody informed. And boxing scene, you know, shout out to Pro Box. I love Pro Box, but boxing scene ain't what it used to be under Pro Box. I think it was better before Pro Box owned it. So yeah. Do I think Ryle is ducking Andy Hiroka? I mean, I haven't. Now, maybe he has, but I haven't heard him say he wants to fight him. And that's, let me see. Suela, Ryle Valenzuela. Is he doing the Pitbull Cruz rematch, or who's he fighting? He is fighting. We don't know who he's fighting. Okay. Are you able to get your Japanese car Ring magazine autographed during this trip? I haven't got any Ring magazine. I didn't try to get any autographs this time. I still have my autographs of Kenshiro and Tanaka that I got last year, but I'm not really trying to get autographs like that right now. Ryle could be ducking Gary Anton Russell for Owen. Yeah, that's who he was supposed to fight. Supposedly was Gary Anton Russell. I remember making the video about it. So is that fight not happening no more? Because I haven't heard anything about it not happening, and I haven't like heard the official announcement. Let me see. I wonder if I can get Uber Eats right here. Because if I can just get Uber Eats right here online, let me see. I never ordered Uber Eats online. Let me do this Uber Eats, John. I think Oscar sold the ring for at least $50 million. Maybe he did. Could be possible. I'm gonna try to get Uber Eats while I'm sitting here talking to you guys. I'm hungry as hell, and I am enjoying the live. Like, I'm enjoying the live. I'm enjoying talking to the people. Let me see something. DoorDash. I normally do it on my phone, but I'm gonna try it with my on the computer, because I never did it on the computer before. Sure, it's the same though. It's gotta be the same. DoorDash. Yeah, DoorDash. Does the hostel have... No, there's nobody here. I'm the only person here. It's self-check-in, so you just enter through the little door code, and there's supposed to be like other people here, but I guess there isn't, because I'm surprised. I mean, a lot of talk this loud, to be honest with you. I thought I had to be quieter, but there's nobody here, so that explains why. Let me put my address in. See, address, okay. Ryan and Puello should be unifying. The PBC wastes so much trying to circulate belts. I think it's not just the promotional companies. I think the managers, because you guys gotta understand, like, the money for fighters is not in just becoming champion. The money is in title defenses. and it doesn't matter who it's against. I know us, the fans, always want to see the best fight straight away, but if we're talking from a business sense, like the money isn't defending the belt. So the more a fighter can defend the title, the more money they can make. And Philippines 413 says, do they have DoorDash there? I don't know about DoorDash. I don't use DoorDash, but they do got Uber Eats, and I have used it a couple times. So yeah. When next time you meet Ken, could you ask him how Amazon Japan have held boxing business in Japan in his payday after they got involved? That's a good question. I wish you would have told me that before. I actually already interviewed him like a week ago when I was in Tokyo, and it was pretty good. I gotta edit it. It's only like an 8-minute interview because I kind of had to rush it, but it was good. But that's a good question for the future. So remind me later on. Ken Shiro didn't even want to box. Before he made good money in boxing, he wanted to be a speedboat racer. Do I pay tips to the Uber? Yeah, I do. Most of the time, I do. Pretty good about that. Let me see what they got here. Here, if you guys want to see, look, this is it right now. Hold on, I gotta make sure I don't show my address. But look, like we're right here. Hold on. Go back. I wanted to show you guys what I'm looking at right now. So, hold on. Where's the? I'm just trying to make sure my address don't pop up here. But yeah, look, like this is the Uber Eats menu. I don't know, none of this, like what it says. They got the Loteria. They got this place called Crispy Chicken and Tomato, which I keep seeing on Uber Eats. Hold on. They got Loteria. That's a popular spot here. I mean, when I say I tip the drivers, like I just tip through the app. Like I'm not like giving them money like physically. I don't tip like. They ask you if you want to on the app, and I just do that sometimes. But what else they got? What the hell is Toll Mecca? 4.4. Nah, that's not it. That's not the place. Do they got a Moe's Burger up in this bitch? I need a Moe's Burger. The Dad Bod Burger? That sounds interesting. 4.7. What you guys think? Sushi? Nah, I don't like sushi. I never understood why the fight between Ryan and Pitbull Cruz didn't pop off. It would be like a great fight in LA. That fight would really sell. Like that'd be one of the best fights you could make. Oh my god. Bacon cheeseburger, 2,200 yen. That's not a lot of money. I thought like what 2,200 yen is like not $12 maybe. Oh, I'm about to get that. Double cheeseburger with French fries. I'll go. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go double cheeseburger with French fries. All right. Man, the boxer says, bro, I'm a 5-0 WBO Asia East champion from the USA. I want to box in Japan. Is it possible for foreigners? How are you okay, so I'll answer your question. How are you the East Asia champion, but you're in America? How does that work? Please explain that one to me. Just out of curiosity. I don't know how that works. I mean, I've seen people become I saw like a welterweight. I saw Eric Taylor become the Latino welterweight champion. He's from fucking Romania, but he's Romanian American. But like, how does that work? As far as boxing as a foreigner, I think there's always a possibility if you know someone, like anything else in life. If you know the right people, you know, you can definitely go ahead and make things happen. Man. More options. School. Email. All right. Okay, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to make this order while I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, anything's possible. You just gotta know the right people. My recommendation for any fighter that ever wanted to box in Japan, I would think that the best thing you could do is make a friend in Japan, come to Japan, and then go to Tokyo. If you go to around the Tokyo Dome, there's an office, there's a building. It's the same building where Korkin Hall is, and on the very top floor is the headquarters to the Japanese Boxing Commission headquarters. Go there with a translator of some sorts, or maybe your own like translate app, and then talk to them about the process of that, and You know, maybe go to the gyms and talk to people. So he says, I arrive in Tokyo. Oh shit! Oh, you come here already? All right. So best thing you could do is just if you're on Instagram, message me your name, your record, and just tell me where you're staying, and then I can maybe point you in the right direction of where to go. Cause I know people in Tokyo. I can tell you what gym to go to. I know you're high on 126, but I think 130 is deeper. Absolutely not. I don't think so. I don't think so. No way. I'm from America, but I started my career in Vietnam, and I lived here a couple years. I fought in the wow. Okay. Message me on Instagram or Twitter. You can find my Instagram and Twitter if you go on my channel. The profiles, just go to my channel and click about, and you'll see the profile links there. Okay, hold on. Code. I have the code. Okay, I have the code. If you have me, Mr. Honda, ask the current situation with Bam, Eddie playing with Bam. Also, honestly, that's like one of the main people I'm waiting to meet is Mr. Honda. I can't wait to meet Mr. Honda. So, fuck. Let me see. Coke, ginger ale. Okay, what's that gonna come out to? Okay, let me see how much that is. 3,584. That's not that much money. Oh, I think I got enough. For that. Pretty sure I do. But we here. I thought you couldn't wait to meet Al Heyman. I want to meet him too. I want to meet all of them. Just for the stories, I'd love to meet him. Place my order. Can we at least get a round robin with Navarrete, Sugar Nunez, and Espinosa? Yeah, I love that. That'd be amazing. Woo! Let's go. I got my Uber Eats order on the way. Let's fucking go. So I figured it out. I never did Uber Eats from the computer. It's not that hard. I thought it was gonna be like kind of different. It's exactly the same as the phone. So we're here. I'm gonna chill and wait for my food, and then we're gonna keep talking. Let me see. Okay, I got the right address. The order is there. Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together. So we're 2 hours in. The untouchable True School Sports Empire, live from Japan, ordering burgers. I got my food from this place called the Dad Bod Burger. Let's go. Philippines 430 says, I think you moved there. Yeah. A lot of people think I moved here. I actually didn't move here. I'm visiting because when you come as a foreigner, you get a 90 days visitor's visa, so you can stay for 90 days. So I'm gonna stay the whole 90 days. We opened up this year with 90 days of boxing. We're closing this year with 90 days of Japan. Let's fucking go. Yes, sir. Can you use a U.S. credit card in Japan? Most credit cards in Japan are accepted. There are some though, because I have like 3 credit cards. One of them is specifically only for the U.S. and you cannot make international transactions. The other 2 you can make transactions. So, yeah, most credit cards work. BT, you changed your tune on Benavidez. I did. I definitely did, because he finally did what I wanted all these years. To move up to light heavyweight, and you can't be unfair. You gotta be fair. Like the guys fought Caleb Plant, he fought Demetrius Andre, he fought Alexander Gavazik. Now he's fighting Marami. This is one of the best 4 fight runs for any fighter in boxing in any weight class, hands down. And you just gotta give respect, and you gotta give credit where credit is due. So I'm all about that. I'm all about giving guys their due if they're putting in the work, if they're kicking ass, and they're taking names. Let me see. What time is it now? It's 2:41. They're saying my thing should be here by 3:45. So we're gonna see. We're gonna monitor this order while we're talking to you guys. Yeah. Of course. I'm not above giving any fighter their due. If Chaim Munguia were to come back right now, let's say Chaim Munguia, his next 4 fights, let Chaim Munguia beat Bruno in the rematch, like a Berlanga, Osalisa Iglesias, and Billy, Kevin Lee Sajo, Like if you were to beat any combination of those guys, he'd start getting credit, you know. But right now he need to go rematch Bruno, which I don't even think he deserves a rematch because we know that Jaime Munguia got exposed. So, yeah, in my opinion, I don't think there should be a rematch. You know, I even told Rick Glazer the other day on Twitter because Rick was like, "Oh, there's gonna be a rematch," and I'm like, "Nah, there should be no rematch." Jaime should have to take his ass to France, and Rick was like, "Oh well, Bruno can't sell a ticket in France," and I'm like, we don't know what he can sell because he hasn't fought there since he beat the brakes off Jaime Munguia, so we don't know what he'll sell. That's not being fair. That's not being, you know, gotta be fair. Jaime is a shot fighter. Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair though, like he was never really that great of a fighter. He's been the most protected and well-matched fighter in boxing. Everyone knows that. Anyone who's honest knows that. The winner of David Morrell and Benavidez should not be in the pound for pound top 10, but they should be over Tank Davis and maybe even Shakur on the pound for pound list. I think the winner of that fight will have a claim to the 10th spot, especially like Benavidez, because Benavidez has a lot of quality on his resume. He's now in his second division, really starting to build that resume with a guy like Morrell. If he can get the Morrell name on his resume as a win, then I think he'll have a great case, to be honest. He was active, BT. He fought. We did. I give Munguia his credit. He was active. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you know he got a complete cherry pick and got slept by the cherry. The cherry hit and hurt his ass horribly. Come on. Why is this light not turning on? Let me see. Oh, there we go. Ooh, yeah. You see that lighting? Look at that. Look at that, man. High-tech live studio here in Japan. True School Sports reporting to you guys live and direct from Mito, Japan. Enjoying my time, patiently awaiting my dad bod burger. That's what it's called. Is the end immediate for Canelo, BT? I wouldn't say it's immediate. It's not immediate. It's probably close because he's had a lot of fights and he don't got way much more to do and he don't really want to fight nobody with a damn these days. So it's not immediate, but it's close. In my mind, Canelo Alvarez is semi-retired. It would be cool to see a legit Japanese heavyweight or real contender. Yeah, that's gonna be hard because I know a couple coaches in Japan. I know one coach in particular, my friend, and he's a friend of mine too. He told me that it's like in the whole. So imagine this, like the whole country of Japan is like population-wise probably one of the biggest in the world. Tokyo metropolitan area by itself is like 37 million people. Biggest major city in the world, but in boxing, there's only 8 active Japanese heavyweights. So imagine that. Only 8 active Japanese heavyweights in all of boxing. And so just imagine how hard it is for these guys to find sparring. It's ridiculous. The only Japanese heavyweight I ever knew of that I've ever seen in boxing was the guy that Daniel Dubois fought in his time as a prospect. He fought Kyle Taro Fujimoto, one of the biggest cherry picks of 2019. It was they called it the fight before Christmas. It was a fight that happened right before Christmas in 2019, and yeah, he beat the brakes off of him. That guy was a cherry pick, but I don't know any other Japanese heavyweights. I never even heard of a quality Japanese heavyweight. So I'll tell you, if there was ever money to be made in boxing, if there ever becomes a quality, legit Japanese heavyweight contender that can sell tickets, oh my God, they'll make money hand over fist here. And it's the same thing for China. It's the same place for any country that doesn't have boxing stars or boxing stars in a particular weight class. So that's why I feel like, and I've said this before, if there could ever be like a fighter from India, because India has a big population, if a fighter from India ever pops off, they'll go ahead and make a lot of money. BT, I want to see PBC do more non-pay-per-view shows because Bakram, that put Bak, yeah. listen, if PBC did more non-pay-per-view shows, I really feel like everyone's making it sound like Turkey Al Sheik is so much more ahead of Al Heyman. I don't think Riyadh Season is that much more ahead of PBC and Al Heyman. I think if PBC just did so much as have a consistent schedule of non-pay-per-view shows, they will more very likely put on shows good enough to compete with what we're seeing in Riyadh, in my opinion. Because if you go back and you watch that card with Tim Tszyu and Bachman, that was a very good card. I mean, there were a couple upsets in that card, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that was a very, very good card. It was a fun night of boxing. But they have to make that a focus. They can't continue to oversaturate the pay-per-view market, putting guys who are not pay-per-view fighters on pay-per-view, you know? I think if they could find a way to pay Tank a high of enough guarantee to fight on a non-pay-per-view show, that would be huge for their brand, for their platform. But I don't think that's going to happen because Tank's usually getting paid a certain amount of money. We know Tank, he's not one of these fighters that's going to take a pay cut. No way. Certain fighters will take a pay cut. That's why I got so much respect for Angelo Leo, because Angelo Leo took pay cuts to fight on pro boxing. He had made 6 figures in his career multiple times and been champion. Took pay cuts because he believed in his skills. Now he's making good money again. But not everyone is like that. That's few and far between. Most fighters, even if they're not like Tank, won't take pay cuts because the way they're going to see it is like, okay, well, I'm training and this is a hard sport. Why should I take a pay cut? Which is more than a fair thing to ask. But to get back to the original point, yes. They just need a consistent schedule of non-pay-per-view shows. It can't be a one-off thing. It has to be, like, if they could do, I would say if PBC could find a way to do anywhere from 10 to 12 non-pay-per-view shows, or maybe not 10 to 12, maybe it could be 8. If it could be 8 non-pay-per-view shows, and then maybe you could have like 3 or 4 big pay-per-views, then it'd be fine. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. I think Tim Tszyu's Australian promoter is the reason that fight was non-pay-per-view. LOL, Sean Newman said this, and I believe him. Yeah, it's possible. No Limit Boxing. They're the ones that pay the licensing fees and really put the money up for Tim, so that makes sense. So really and truthfully, if that's the case, PBC didn't really even put up the money for like pay-per-view for being. If that's the case, you know. I honestly think you made a fight with Eduardo Nunez and Gervonta Davis that would. Yeah, I mean, I think Nunez is one of these guys that I don't understand Matchroom. If I'm Eddie Hearn and I'm trying to really break into the U.S. market, I'm trying to really make some noise, I'd be doing everything to promote this freaking Eduardo Nunez, this hard-punching Mexican fighter who's knocking everyone out. Mexican boxing fans would love him, but you got to put the money, you got to box him often, you got to box him in L.A., you got to box him in Arizona, you got to make him a main event fighter. You got to really put that investment behind him and believe in what you have. And I feel like I feel like that could be the biggest star he has on his whole roster, honestly, more than anyone. But it has to be, he has to promote him a certain way, and he's not really like doing that. Turkey is good with boxing. The only downside is most fights will be overseas. I think in the short term he's good for boxing, like in terms of the big fights getting made. I don't think long term will be good for boxing, but I think in the short term he'll be good. He's been good for boxing, and he's been good for a lot of fighters who've had stagnated careers, guys that were afforded opportunities. I think Turkey does have some good ideas, but I think long term, you're not gonna be here. And truth be told, like I'm not wishing bad on nobody, so don't take this as me wishing bad on Turkey. But like, he said it himself. He's got health problems, and I talked about this before. He has health problems. He has things that he's dealing with personally. So he may not even be here, like physically speaking, a long time. And that's part of the reason why he's even said himself he's in a rush to make so many of these big fights happen. Do I think I can record an in-a-way training session? No. And I honestly don't want to. The only way I would ever record anything from in-a-way training-wise is if I went to the media workout, which I do. I want to go to the media workout. I don't even want to cover the fight. I've given up on the idea of interviewing him here in Japan. I just want to know when the media workout is and go to that. Hyro says, Turkey keeps doing things that don't feel organic. Yeah, I mean, he's got his way of doing things, and, you know, good for him. That's all. Listen, guys, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be negative. You guys know that, I've been critical of Turkey in the past, and I'm sure I'll be critical of him some more. But today I'm choosing to not be negative, to not be critical of Turkey or anybody, because number one, I'm hungry. I'm very, very hungry right now, and I get really pissed off when I start criticizing people on an empty stomach. So let me not do that right now. And just chilling right now. It's not one of those lives. I know you criticize MJ a lot, but do you think MJ falls into the category of other really talented matchroom fighters who Eddie Hearn hasn't really cared about? Possibly, but it's not. This case really isn't Eddie Hearn's fault, because Merjan went ahead and himself it wasn't even Eddie, himself went ahead and didn't do things to put himself in the best position. Like Chocolatito, Usyk, Bivol, and GGG. Yeah. I mean, and put Keyshawn Davis in there as well, because he could have had Keyshawn Davis. Remember, Keyshawn Davis did his first 2 fights on Matchroom. Eddie literally signed Mark Castro, who was a big commodity at that time, big U.S. amateur. He pretty much bet on Mark Castro over Keyshawn Davis and let Keyshawn Davis walk to Top Rank, and you see how that played out. Mark Castro got beat the hell up. Keyshawn Davis about to become the world champion, is one of the best lightweights in the world. So that decision there from Eddie in Matchroom. Favorite Japanese food is udon noodles. Udon noodles and Moe's Burger. Udon noodles, Moe's Burger, and chicken katsu. And freshwater eel. Those are my favorite Japanese foods, the go-tos. And then favorite Japanese candy, Candamina. Best Japanese candy. Best candy ever. Do you think that promotion versus promotion thing Turkey did with Frank Warren and Eddie will continue if the oil money is dried up? No, absolutely not. Because at that point, these promoters, and that's what I'm saying. At some point, when this well runs dry, because it's going to run dry at some point, I think that the promoters are going to have to start paying fighters at their actual market value, and it's going to be tough times for boxing. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Keyshawn is American. I mean, he is American, and that's the more reason why Eddie should have kept him. Eddie should have kept Keyshawn because he was American. He had a legitimate American star with an actual personality, with an actual exciting, fun style, who's actually going to be a guy who can actually sell tickets. But he went on Mark Castro, so that's on him. Udon over, yes. Ramen is good. I love ramen noodles, but ain't nothing in this world, or in Japan, fucking with udon noodles. Udon, but I gotta be very specific. Not like these udon noodle places in Tokyo that anybody can just go and eat at. Not them places. Those places are good, but no, I'm talking about the udon noodles that you get in the mecca of udon noodles, which is in Kagawa, which is in Takamatsu, which is in that whole area, that prefecture of Japan. That's those udon noodles. That's my favorite food in Japan. We got to enjoy the ride while it's still... Yeah, I'm enjoying the ride. I'm enjoying it for what it is. I'm letting people know what the positives and negatives of Turkey and boxing are. They can choose to accept or reject, but it doesn't make it any less true. And yeah, I'm enjoying the ride. I'm enjoying the ride with the fine boxing fans. I'm enjoying the ride on this live that's now been 2 hours. Gonna go on damn near 3 here in about a half hour or so. I'm sitting here waiting for my burger to come. Oh, I can't wait. Do I have family in Japan? Not blood family, but I got boxing family out here. I got people I know in Japan through boxing out here. That's about it. But no blood family. But I love Japan. I think it's safe to say that this has become one of my other homes in the world. Do you hope the money that the promotion get from oil and gold will be smartly or reckless when Sile leaves boxing? That's a good question. I never thought of it quite like that. Hopefully they do spend it right. I think it'd be very smart for promoters like Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren and Oscar De La Hoya and Top Rank to start putting some of that money that Turkey is giving them into investing into prospects that they think could be superstars and champions down the line. That's the best way to spend the money, because this era will end. It's a moment in time. Bring me a Japanese newspaper, I'll pay you back. What kind of Japanese newspaper? Like, you want a boxing magazine? Right now, turkey fights are like crypto. We don't know what to expect long term. Yeah, we don't. We really, really don't. I mean, I have an idea of how I think it's gonna go, but I'm no fortune teller. I'm not like Miss. You guys remember Miss Cleo? Remember Miss Cleo? When Miss Cleo was like, "Call me right now, and I will tell you your future." Miss Cleo used to have the little 1-800 number down here, and she used to be rubbing her crystal ball. I ain't Miss Cleo. I would like to think that I know a little bit about boxing and how it works, and I've called a lot of things accurate over the years, and I'm closer to boxing than most people are, so I do get a feel for certain things, but I don't even know. So yeah, in a sense, it is kind of like crypto. You've been dropping dope interviews. I think just because you fans in the States harder guys like Sasaki and others. Yeah. I think so. I think a lot of people are starting to figure out who Jin Sasaki is, and I've been saying it for a while. I've been saying it like, as great of a fighter as Inoue is, and he can still be a big star in America. He is a big star in America. I mean, his fights have been on American television for like 8-9 years now. He's got a fan base in America, but I actually think Jun Sasaki has bigger star potential in America because he's in the welterweight division. He has a more like outgoing personality. He'll talk more. Like Inoue's, he's more reserved, like many Japanese are. And I just think he would translate very well in the States. And I hope that if he could learn to speak some English, oh my God, punching how he's punching, being in the welterweight division, being maybe a champion, oh. That dude could really be like a massive, massive star. Which Junto fight are you most excited about in the future, BT? I'll name you 2 fights I'm excited about for Junto in the future. Number 1, Seiya Tsutsumi, because I think that's the most, with everything Seiya Tsutsumi's gone through in the last year and in his career and being the champion. I like his story. I like how he fights. I like what he brings to the game. I love what he brings to the sport. I think Seiya Tsutsumi is amazing. I would love to see Junto and him match up because I think he's a very intelligent pressure fighter, and he can actually, even though he said he got beat up in sparring by Junto, which I do believe, I still think he can get past that long rangey right jab of Junto and get in there and do his thing. I would say that fight, obviously the Inoue fight is a great fight, but I would actually say Junto at featherweight against anybody. Junto against Angelo, I think would be a great fight. Who promotes Jin, BT? So his main promoter is his gym, which is a gym called Hachiochi Nakaya Boxing Gym. So Hachiochi Promotions promotes him in association with Mr. Honda, because Mr. Honda, for those of you that don't know how Japanese boxing works, Mr. Honda pretty much oversees the whole international Japanese boxing operation. So you could be promoted by Hideki Ohashi. You could be promoted by your gym, which it's like Nakaya Promotions. You could be promoted by Watanabe Promotions. But ultimately, if you want to fight abroad, if you want to fight outside of Japan, you have to get the blessing of Mr. Honda. He oversees all that. And then, of course, Top Rank has a piece of Jin Sasaki because they own, I believe, the rights to some of his fights, because most of the time when he's fighting around Inoue undercard, so I believe they may have a small piece of Sasaki, but don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. But yeah. Issei Nakaya and the Nakaya Boxing Promotions. That's who promotes him. Shout out to Issei Nakaya and Nakaya Boxing Gym. Rocky on says, yo, what up, BT? Junto's English is pretty good. It is. From what I've heard, it is. And I am going to interview Junto because I have a friend that's close to him, and he said that I'm going to get it. It's just a matter of when Junto's available. He hasn't been available, so that's why I haven't done it yet. But hopefully, before the trip is done, I can go get it. That's right, BT, because nobody cares about 140. Mr. Honda is the GOAT. I can't wait till Ryota Tsutsumi. Yeah, I've heard great things about him. I know he's in Vegas right now, getting ready with Ismail Salas. He'll be turning pro soon. He's the brother of Hayato Tsutsumi. I heard good things about him, but I haven't watched him fight. I know he sparred Carell Moulton and things like that. So, yeah. But I'm just really excited about going to this fight. To go watch Ioka versus Puma Martinez. I'm excited to experience a world championship fight in Japan for the first time. And Hayato Tsutsumi's on the undercard. His 130 debut is there, so I'm a big fan of his. He's like the Bivol of boxing, so I'm really, really happy. Hyro says, BT, is Kenshiro fighting my boy Seigo Yuri Akui? He is. They've already started promoting it in Japan. They haven't had the official press conference, but Kenshiro and Seigo Yuriokui have both been on Japanese television together, holding the belts, pretty much saying, look, I want to fight you, you want to fight me, let's make it happen. So I think they'll probably fight in the late first quarter or early second quarter of 2025. Yes, sir. Roch Reito versus Jadier Herrera. He almost stopped Herrera with headgear. I'll check that out. I know about Jadier Herrera because Jadier Herrera, he's that crazy Cuban dude that's in the IFL interviews talking shit about Lee Wood, saying he want to kill him. He's pretty good too from what I hear. So I'll check it out. Jin needs to get that Hideki Ohashi contract to get that money he needs to advance his career. I mean, I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure what his arrangement is with Ohashi, but I do know that he's fought on a couple Inoue undercards, and I know that his promoter, Issei Nakaya, does have a relationship with Ohashi, so maybe that is the move. But I mean, I would like to see Jin just make it with who got him there. You know, the people that actually take care of his career. I think, honestly, if they're smart, and look, this is a free advisory tip from True School Consultations, free of charge again. I really think it would be so good, because, I mean, Jin has to fight in January. Granted, hopefully he wins that fight. He's fighting out 14 losses. He should beat that guy. It's a little stay busy fight. But after that fight, if he does what he's supposed to do, I think it would be the smartest thing in the world for them to put Jin Sasaki on the Inoue undercard when he comes to America. Oh, my God. If American boxing fans get a chance to see Jin Sasaki, the way he fights, and he delivers like a knockout or something like that, he's going to be I'm telling you, he's got bigger star potential being in the higher weight class, being in the welterweight division, having matchups with American fighters potentially, you know, having the more outgoing personality and not being as reserved as a guy like Inoue is. You know, these things are all going to translate well. And then he's got like Jin got swag. He got swag. Like his ring attire is like really flamboyant and flashy. He knocks people out and he taunts them. Like, Americans love that shit. We would love Jin in America. What is the best quality of Jin I've seen? His best quality, I think, is just his explosiveness. He's one of the most explosive welterweights in the world. That's what makes him a dangerous fight and an interesting fight for anybody in the division, including Jaron Ennis. He's like 23. He's 23 years old. He's the same age as Brian Norman Jr. And for those that keep asking me, am I going to be in Japan for Inoue versus Goodman? I will be in Japan past Inoue Goodman. So Inoue Goodman is January 24th. I'll be in Japan until February 3rd. I'll be here till February the 3rd. So, yes, to answer your question, yes. BT, how would Jin Sasaki do against Keith Thurman? Right now, I think Jin Sasaki will beat Keith Thurman right now because Keith ain't fighting. Keith's timing's all off, and Keith is old. Prime Keith Thurman, I think that'd be a good fight. I think Keith Thurman probably beat him just because Keith Thurman is very, very experienced counterpuncher and things like that in his prime, but he ain't in his prime no more. I think, but I'll tell you this, with Jin, it don't matter. It don't matter if you got, with Jin Sasaki, it doesn't matter if you got like a great boxing ability or like you can counterpunch. That dude can really, really thump. Like, he's one of the hardest punchers in the division. So if you got leaky defense, you got bad durability, you can't defend certain punches, you're going to get hurt. And if you can get hurt by him, you can get knocked out because he's a big puncher. So his weakness, I would say, is his defense. He keeps his head on the center line a lot. So I think a good aggressive counterpuncher could beat a guy like Jin Sasaki. But other than that, tough out for anybody in the division. Still needs more experience, still learning, still needs to step up competition. But I think an exciting fighter going into 2025. A guy that I think could win a world title in 2025. No doubt about it. Little Chin could be suspect. He's been hurt by Hiroka, been stopped in some of it, not stopped, but has been dropped in some of his domestic fights against Keito Obara and then this other southpaw. So his chin, his defense, those things are really, really leaky, and those things do need to be tightened up. But I think those things can be tightened up. I think those things can be improved upon. I think those things can be matured over time. But what you can't teach, and what you can't teach someone to punch like how he can punch. You can't teach someone to be as agile as he is. You can't teach just things. There's things about his attributes that he has things that you can't teach. You know what I'm saying? So defense, understanding distance, cleaning things up, those things can be improved upon. But your punching power, at that level, to the degree he has it, the athleticism, the agility, those things cannot be taught. You either have them or you don't. So, yeah, and he has killer instincts. So those things are all reasons why I think he's a dangerous fight for anybody in the division. So I don't think he's gonna fight Boots, to be honest. I think the more realistic fight is gonna be him and Brian Norman Jr., which, by the way, guys, if there's one fight that boxing should campaign for, oh my God, Brian Norman Jr. versus Jin Sasaki is one of the best fights that can be made in boxing. Two heavy-handed destroyers. I mean, athletic destroyers. One from America, one from Japan. That would be so good. That fight would be, probably wouldn't go past the 7th round, but it would be amazing. I think either guy could win. I know some people are gonna pick Jin. I think some people are gonna pick Brian Norman Jr. But that'd be one for the books. People don't realize it right now. People aren't claiming for it because Brian Norman's not really known isn't known in the States. Jin Sasaki's not known in the States. But man, there was a fight. If I could be the commissioner of the welterweight division, that would be the first fight I'd make right there. Jin Sasaki and Brian Norman Jr. How is Jin's speed and foot, his speed of his foot and his punches? They're all really good. I mean, he's very athletic. He moves really well. Hand speed is pretty good, pretty explosive, pretty fast. Like I said, it's just his defense. Who do I compare to Jin? That's a good question. Who would I compare Jin Sasaki to? I'm trying to think who's a hard punching fighter with leaky. No, not him. I was gonna say him. No, not him. I would say Jin at welterweight right now. He's the welterweight orthodox version of like an Erickson Lubin, like style wise. Like obviously one's a southpaw, one's orthodox, but like Erickson Lubin is very explosive, has deadly punching power on both hands, very explosive, very dangerous. On his best night, could probably beat anybody at 154. Hasn't become champion, but a tough out, a dangerous guy for anybody at 54. Jin kind of has the similar thing where he's gonna be a dangerous guy for anybody in the division, but there's enough flaws there, like there was a Lubin, to where he may not become champion. So that's the intrigue of it. He's one of the most intriguing fighters to me, not just in the welterweight division, not just in boxing, but definitely from Japan for sure. Where's that Uber Eats dude? BT getting hungry. It says 3. Look, I'll show you. Look. This is what it says right now. So estimated time 3:45. Latest start by 4:25, and the current time in Japan is 3:19. So I still got some time. But I'm having fun. Y'all are keeping me occupied while I wait for my food. We might fuck around and get the 4-hour live today. So I might do the 4-hour live today. What do you guys think? I'll let the chat decide. Should I go 4 hours? Should we do an even 4-hour live? Puma versus Ioka. Do you think he can stop Ioka? Oh, he can definitely stop Ioka. I think it's gonna be. I'm having more doubts about that because I'm having more doubts about Ioka or Puma, I should say, because he didn't even show up. He didn't even show up to the media workout. Apparently, he was sick, and he might even be having some problems making the weight. But I do think Puma can stop Ioka. BT, have you talked to your pops? Yeah, I talked to Pops this morning. We talked on the phone for about an hour. He's good. Shout out to Pops. He's sick. Yeah, he's sick. So I think that's where I'm questioning if he can beat whatchamacallit, Ioka. Oh no, I'm not questioning. He can definitely beat Ioka, but I don't think he can stop him. I don't know if he's sick or feeling depleted. I don't think he'll stop him. I think he'll probably get a workmanlike decision because Ioka's too crafty. I would say my prediction for the fight is Puma Martinez by decision, but they're in Japan. He's on his home turf, so he could get like he could definitely get a decision. Ioka if it's close, and they'll want to give him a decision because it's good for them. It's good for Japan. Is Jin the most exciting young fighter for UBT? Even more? Yes. If we're talking about just in terms of pure excitement, he's more excited than all those guys. He's more, to me, like, see, like Inoue is very exciting, so don't take, I like Inoue, but like Inoue has to fight someone like a top guy, like to really have a hard fight. This dude Jin, he gets dropped by a lot of people. He can get dropped by anybody. So it's like Jin Sasaki, to me, he's so vulnerable. He's vulnerable, and when you get a vulnerable fighter, those guys make for more entertaining TV fights. So for that, he's the most exciting young fighter, one of the most exciting young fighters in boxing. Definitely the most exciting young fighter from Japan. My man right here says no, Itama and Abdullah Mason. I love Itama. I love Abdullah Mason. I love the Mason family. I actually FaceTimed with Abdullah like a month ago because I was talking to his brother Amir, and he put Abdullah on the phone. I was talking to him a little bit about his fight, and I love the Mason family. I've helped the Mason family get sparring before in Florida when they came to Florida. So I love Abdullah, and I think Abdullah will be a 3-division champion. I think Abdullah Mason is going to be a lightweight champion, a champion at 140, and a champion at 147. I think the world of him. But yeah. The most exciting, I really think, is the kid named Daryl Valsaint. Daryl Valsaint, 154-pounder, I believe. 154-pounder. They say he's, I think he's 154-pounder. Haitian Olympian, I believe. Good fighter. I've seen him fight before. Dan BT, been out in Japan for a minute, and I'll be out in Japan for a couple minutes more. I'll be here till early February. Any upcoming amateur boxers you're excited about turning pro? That's a good question. Yeah, there is this one kid that I met out here in Japan. His name, I posted a short about him. He's a skinny, lanky, like light flyweight Japanese kid, but he hits like a truck. His name is Rakito something. I forgot his last name. It's like Rakito. Just go on my shorts. If you guys go on my shorts, it's like in the last like 5 or 6 shorts I posted, there's a Japanese kid hitting the bag. I posted him. He hits like a truck. I like him. He hasn't turned pro yet. He's gonna turn pro soon. I like him a lot. Are there any? Do you think Bam fights the winner? The winner of what? Of which fight? Orlando Flores says Stanionis versus Giasov. What are your thoughts on that fight, and who would I favor to win? I would favor very slightly. I would favor Stanionis, even though I do know and I've heard that what's his name? Giasov beat him in the amateurs. Amateurs is only 3 rounds. Only 3 rounds. In the pros, it's more about taking your time and hurting your opponents. So I think that favors more what Stanionis does, and we've seen with Giasov in his career. Giasov, like, he doesn't have gears. Like, he doesn't have another pace he can fight at. I think he's gonna need it when he fights Stanionis. Otherwise, he's in trouble. What made me get into Japanese boxing? So I did a whole video about this, and you can go check it out on the channel. It's like I did it like in the last 5 or 6 videos. It says my Japanese boxing story or something like that. But to give you the condensed version of what I said in the video, it started with the HBO hype of Naya Inoue fighting Roman Gonzalez. That was like, obviously for most Americans, our first exposure to Japanese boxing is Inoue. But it wasn't just Inoue. Everyone thinks that it's just Inoue that brought me to Japan and that brought me to watching Japanese boxing, and it's not. I also used to look back in the day, like 10 years ago. I used to always look at the pound-for-pound list a lot, and I used to know every single fighter on the pound-for-pound list. And the one fighter on the pound-for-pound list that I didn't know, who was always around like number 7 or number 8, was Shinsuke Yamanaka. And so I felt bad that I didn't know who he was, so I wanted to learn who he was. So the first fight I watched of his was when he fought Anselmo Moreno in the rematch, and it was a very fun rematch. Yamanaka was a big power-punching southpaw, knocked Moreno out in a very, very exciting rematch. And so he was actually one of the first Japanese fighters I ever covered on this channel. So it was Inoue and Shinsuke Yamanaka that brought me to Japanese boxing. And then the fact that, like, as I started kind of following those guys and their boxing careers, I started to notice when I try to watch Japanese fights that it was just really hard to watch Japanese fights because you need to get VPNs, and sometimes Japanese websites don't allow American computers to watch their fights. It was crazy. So it made it so intriguing to me. It made it so fun, you know, to try to find this mystical thing of Japanese boxing, right? And over the years, you know, just covering Inoue, covering Kenshiro, covering Junto, covering Kosai Tanaka's career, these guys and their fights, everything led me to like Japanese boxing. And then, you know, I think when Fulton got ready to fight Inoue, that the build up to that fight was the craziest thing I've ever experienced on this channel, because I was talking about that fight so much for well over a year, you know. And then that was around the time when I decided I wanted to come to Japan, and I came to Japan for the first time last year. And around that time too, a lot of the Japanese boxing fans were sending me like, and it wasn't just one, it was like 3, 4, 5. A lot of the Japanese boxing fans that watch my videos were mailing me like magazines, Japanese boxing magazines, newspapers, and that just like took my love for the sport of boxing in this country to another level. And then yeah, that's kind of the long and the short of it. So I hope that was a good answer. Also, look up Well John Mindoro from Philippines. Yeah, I know Well John. There's actually a video on this channel of Well John training. I know Well John. I know his coach Bobby McCroy very, very well. Bobby subscribed to this channel. I know Bobby's a good friend of the channel. Yeah, I know Well John. I like Well John a lot. Well John's a very fun fighter, middleweight. Gonna make things very exciting. He's like the Jin Sasaki but like on a lesser scale though, because he's not as athletic as Jin, but he's very, very hard punching. He's kind of like the Jin Sasaki of middleweight, but he's not ranked as highly. He punches really, really hard. Devin Sanchez says, be honest, Top Rank only has 2 welterweights, and Jin has only fought on Top Rank his last few fights. Why has his team sent Santian a contract? I know Santian ain't declining that. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know why. Santian, I know Santian has been trying to get a comeback fight for a while, because I know a fighter who I won't name him here, but when I was out at a gym back in the States, I ran into a fighter that was offered the Giovanni Santian fight for his comeback, and he wasn't in Giovanni Santian's weight class. He was actually in a higher weight class, and he had never fought at welterweight, and so they were trying to drain him down, and he was telling me all about it. So I know that Golden Boy's been looking for opponents. I personally don't think that not Golden Boy, Top Rank. I don't think Top Rank is looking for that kind of fight for Giovanni right now. I don't. I think they're looking for an easier fight. I remember you saying Japanese boxing training is better than the USA. It's just different. I don't want to say if it's better or it's worse. It's just the way they train is very effective here. Like they do a great job of teaching their young fighters as kids to get leverage on their punches, so they're not really slapping as much when they punch. That's why these guys at 108, 112, 115, if you watch them fight, these dudes is punching for real, because the technique is there's no fat on the punches. Punches are just getting from point A to point B straight, and like their legs are always really strong. Gael Cabrera is a future 122 and will beat Jun Nakatani. You heard? Ooh, okay. I'll check it out. Have you heard of Arvin John Pasiones from Philippines? He's WBA. I've seen his name on boxing scene, like in the rankings. I check the rankings a lot, so you see a lot of these names, but you don't really know who these guys are. I know the name, but I can't say I know a ton about him. There's so many fighters in boxing. BT deserves the Naya Inoue interview for real. I mean, thank you. I like to think I do, but you know, it's not really for me to say. I just keep working hard, and if it happens, it happens. I believe Kyron Davis will beat Ian Green. Kyron Davis will get fucking folded by Ian Green. Absolutely not. That's Kyron Davis is a good fighter. I like Kyron Davis. He's even better than I thought he was, but he's not beating Ian Green. A lot of people don't even know how good Ian Green is yet. You know? Straight up. Ian Green's been buried on these Don King undercards, not really getting his chance to fight. You know, so yeah, I like Alexa Rocha too. You have to tell them that you've been there for 3 months to interview. I don't think they'll really care about that, to be honest. But yeah, I could try it. I'll try it. You know, I'll try it. I don't think they give a damn about been here 3 months. To be honest, that's the impression I get. But doesn't hurt to try. Naya Inoue would turn Alan Picasso into tainted Mexican beef. I mean, conventional wisdom says he should beat him. I think he'd probably stop Picasso in the later rounds because I think Picasso's gonna be durable. But you gotta fight the fight. So I do think he'll beat Picasso. I'd rather him not fight Picasso because there's other fights I want to see. But yeah, he should whoop him. Bud Alexis Rocha would get demolished by Majmov. Are you good, bro? He's a small 147 pounder. Alexis Rocha versus Ryan Garcia 147. That's a good fight. I like that fight a lot. That's a very, very Southern California fight. Ryan Garcia has expressed a desire to come to welterweight. Oh man, I would love to see that fight at 147. That'd be a good fight. Be a big time event in Southern California because Ryan Garcia sells a lot of tickets in California anywhere, and Alexis Rocha, believe it or not, sells a lot of tickets in California as well. He's got a good fan base. He's actually one of the few fighters in American boxing in Southern California who has a good fan base. Like not like he don't have a lot of Instagram followers, but Rocha got supporters. Like he got people that will fork over money to watch him fight. So I think Ryan and him will do good business at 147. And like David said, because David has said that the coverage I gave to Rocha about being a reliable fighter is warranted. Yeah, this guy saved so many Golden Boy shows. Like Virgil pulled out against McKinson. He saved that show, fought Blair. You know, there's been multiple occasions where he saved shows, and he's not one of these guys that's ducking fights. He's fought he's fought Rashidi Ellis. He's fought Blair Cobbs. He's fought Raul Coriel. He's got a good resume. You know, he even funny enough. And I probably should have asked Jun Nakatani this when I interviewed him, but I remember when I interviewed Alexis Rocha back in March of this year, he actually said he wants to fight Jun Nakatani. So that, you know, he's just one of them guys. Like, he's one of them guys that's no nonsense. Yeah, sure, you know, Rocha's not going to get on the pound list. Sure, he's not going to probably ever be an undisputed champion, but Alexis Rocha is a fighter that really and truthfully, this guy is blue collar. He will fight anybody, anywhere, any time, any place. He's shown that throughout his career. I think Majmov can beat. Yeah, a lot of people are buying into the Majmov stock, and you know, like Majmov's a good fighter, as many of you guys know. Like I don't really care for him. I think he's kind of become a little overrated since Terence Crawford fought him. Stylistically, it's a good fight. People keep saying that they think the reason that Majmov is going to beat they think the reason Majmov is going to beat Virgil is because of his feet. I don't think that really is going to play a big of a role because when you have the jab of Virgil and the ability to cut distance and cut space, then you know you can nullify a lot of that. So I don't think his feet will be as big of a factor as most people would like to think, but that's just me. Why doesn't Bam call out Nakatani? He's mentioned him here and there in a couple of interviews, but he's not like, you know, he's not pounding his hand on the desk for the Nakatani interview. He's not doing that, so I don't know. Do you know how a Japanese MMA company started following you on Instagram? Yes, I do, because the MMA company Ryzen, the guy that runs the account, is a big fan of True School Sports, and I met with him the other day. Actually, his name is Hafid. And I met with him the other day I met him the other day for some lunch. He's a good dude, loves boxing, and had a lot of good things to say. So yeah, that's how it happened. BT, I remember the split conference video of you and another podcast dude hitting on Inoue saying that Rigo. Oh, you're talking about my guy, my friend Ness from the Boxing Voice. Shout out and tip of the cap to the Boxing Voice and Ness, one of the OGs of the boxing content creation. I got a lot of love for Ness, but yeah, he used to be an Inoue hater. He was an Inoue hater, and I'm like, he was calling him the fake monster, and I'm like, no, he's a great fighter. You know, he was calling Benavidez and Beterbiev the real monster. I'm like, well, those guys can be monsters too, but why does Inoue got to be a fake one for him to be real? Why can't they both be real? They're both in different weight classes. We don't got to do all that, you know. So. Yeah, I remember that clear as day. Virgil fights at 154 have been controversial. Lorme, Lawson, and Boachuk, I think Majmov wins. I hear you. I understand because like Lawson Lawson and them guys, like Lawson and who was the other one? Lawson and Delorme. Lawson shouldn't even have been medically cleared to box. That's number one. I don't know how he got cleared to even box. Delorme is way past it, and I thought he lost to Boachuk. So I hear you. You know, he hasn't been the best at I know he hasn't been the best as far as what does man call it? As far as he hasn't been doing the best as far as like his run at 154, but he's a better fighter. I'm just sorry, he's better than Madrimov. Like I know Madrimov is good, but no, man. Yeah, I think people are buying into the Madrimov stock too much just because he fought Terrence Crawford. I think Charles Conwell could be Boots. I think he'd give Virgil. I think he would give Virgil a better fight than Madrimov was going to give him. And Hyro said, "I told you Madrimov was overrated ever since the controversy of Michael Soro." You did. I give you that. What are your thoughts on Kenneth Sims Jr.? I love Kenneth Sims Jr. Good fighter. You know, definitely someone that is a legitimate fighter at 140. I was heartbroken to see him cancel his fight against Oscar Duarte, but I think he's gonna have a very, very good 2025. He's someone that like top guys should fight. And he said that I should talk to Sean Porter about getting me into boxing commentary. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the boxing world is ready for true school on commentary? Because you guys know if I'm doing commentary, if I become a boxing commentator like for a network, I'm gonna have to be filtered. You're not gonna get this. I'll still be good. I can still express myself, but who knows, man? Who knows where this boxing journey takes me? Maybe I should. Maybe I should run it by Sean Porter and ask him. Say, Sean, what's good, man? Give me these boxing. Give me these boxing commentary jobs. Maybe I could be a commentator for PBC or something. I don't know. Yo, I honestly think Virgil Boachuk and Virgil Ortiz are overrated. I think Madrimov ducked Boachuk. He was supposed to fight Boachuk first, and he didn't want that smoke because he knew what was gonna happen to him. Madrimov knew what was gonna happen to him if he would have fought Boachuk. So he made the right decision ultimately, not fighting Boachuk. So now they're saying my order is gonna be here at 3:55. So the wait for Uber Eats continues. Boxing aficionado says El Puma beats Bam Bam. El Puma's actually the one who's been fighting tougher competition while Bam's been fighting with way past their prime names. And talk to him. They're not gonna. A lot of people aren't gonna like that, but it's true. He has been fighting more live competition, and it's crazy to me because I've highlighted this before. Bam is co-promoted by Tekken Promotions. He's got a Japanese promoter, but he ain't fighting Japanese fighters. And that's kind of impossible to do because, like in these weight classes, there's so many Japanese fighters, and the Japanese fighters are normally some of the top guys. So it's kind of an eyebrow raiser there to me. So I would like to see Puma fight Bam. If not Bam, then Bam. There's a Japanese fighter that I've been posting about a lot here on the channel because I saw him fight when I first got to Japan, like live. I didn't know who he was before I got to Japan. And he's ranked. He's ranked across all the sanctioning bodies, and I think he's gonna become a champion next year. I think the guy I'm about to mention is gonna become a champion next year. And when he emerges and becomes champion next year, I'm gonna start banging the drum for a Bam fight because I know he wants this fight. And that fighter is Suzumi Takayama, the southpaw, 9-0, 8 knockouts. I think that's the guy. That's a guy that could give Bam a really good fight. Someone who could punch really, really hard from the southpaw stance. Bam's gonna have his four is gonna have to be a little different when he fights him because it's a southpaw and southpaw matchup. He's young, just like Bam. He punches hard, maybe even harder than Bam. Very well schooled fighter. I think people don't know that's a good fight now because Takayama. I just found out who he was, and he hasn't really fought in the States, and he's not one of the names from Japan getting a lot of hype right now. But I'm telling you, he's a guy. He's ranked. He's a Japanese. So apparently there's a buzz. Guys, is there a buzzing sound? I think I hear a buzzing sound too, but I don't know where it's coming from or where it's at. But I think Suzumi might fight for the might fight for the belt against the two. Yeah, I think he's gonna wind up fighting the Mexicans that fought for that belt. Who actually thinks Ioka wins? Martinez should take it. I think if he's healthy and he's lived a disciplined life and makes the weight, he should beat Ioka. Do commentary every so often. People eventually start hitting on commentary as part-time. Part-time should take it away. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, boxing commentary, like, on a network, it's never really been, like, a thing of mine. Because my thing is I really enjoy, like, people don't understand how much I really enjoy just my own platform, talking my shit and doing things my way. And, once you start working for networks and things like that, you got to do what they want you to do. You're kind of like, you're under their control. If they have vested interest in a fighter, I would assume that, you can't just be in there. Like, if I go there and let's just say, if I was a commentator for Boots versus Karen, I can't just say that Boots looks regular or Boots is overrated or anything like that. I can't say certain things I can normally say in my videos. So, yeah, for that reason, I would probably just stay away from commentary. But hey, the money's right. Like the fighters say, if the money's right, and if it's for like a company that I like let's say if it was like a Pro Box and they offered me decent money, I would consider it. I love Pro Box, but true school comes first. That's the truth. True school comes first. I think if Stanionis moved up, he would beat Virgil and Bowichuk. Possibly. Are we forgetting that Bam has been rocking for the two youngest people, Rosales and Israel Gonzalez, made him look ordinary? Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been like Bam has been winning and he's been delivering some sensational moments, but it hasn't been all sunshine or rainbows like everybody thinks. And I really do think that Southpaw ranked fighter Takayama, I think is gonna give Bam some problems. I think that's gonna be a different type of fight for him. Like that dude Christian Gonzalez that broke his jaw. Man, Christian Gonzalez, he ain't punching like I'll tell you right now. I know Christian Gonzalez ain't punched like no damn Takayama. Takayama, I was watching hit pads. I saw him fight. I was ringside when he fought his last fight in November. That dude can punch, and he's very well schooled. So there's not any wasting of like fat on the punches. Very, very sharp, hard puncher. NJ2354 says, I'm a Japanese boxing fan, and many Japanese boxing fans respect your channel. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I want to learn. Eventually, I'm going to learn more Japanese because I don't know a whole lot of Japanese right now. I know maybe 5 or 10 words of Japanese right now. So, well, there'll come a day where I start formulating sentences in Japanese, but that day is not now. But yeah, I'm happy that the Japanese appreciate the content. The channel, I guess, in a sense, like my content when I talk about Japanese boxers, it is for them. It wasn't created for them initially, because the intent was to let the Americans know about the Japanese, but I guess in a sense, I'm allowing the Japanese to hear about their fighters from American eyes and an American perspective. So I guess, yeah, it's for them too. So thank you guys. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah. Yes. 154 is a loaded division. It's cool. It's a good division. I like it. I would like to see Terrence Crawford fight some guys there. Come on, where's this burger at? So it still says preparing your order. It says it should be about 4:25. It's 4:05 right now. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But make sure y'all smash the like button because I'm putting in that overtime while I'm sitting here waiting for my burger. I'm really enjoying the boxing talk. I pretty much spent the entire afternoon with you guys. I haven't even gone outside to go explore Mito Japan because I wanted to talk to the people here on True School Sports. So, yeah. Where is the Japanese burger? I'm asking myself the same question. It still says it's preparing my order. Estimated to arrive by 4:05. Latest arrive by 4:25. I don't think I'm getting this shit till 4:25. So, I think I still got almost 40 minutes left before this shit gets here. The good thing about Japanese burgers and food, though, is one thing I do know is, especially burgers. Believe it or not, guys, when it comes to burgers, when it does get to you, it's worth it. So that's why I'm not getting mad because I know the quality is gonna be top notch. I haven't had a bad Japanese burger yet, and I've been to I've been to Moe's Burger, I've been to Shogun Burger, I've been to the Lucci, and so this is my 4th different Japanese burger spot. So they all deliver. BT on that tempura breaded shrimp. You know what? I can't even say I've had that. So you put me on game. What's tempura breaded shrimp? Did Jin say when he plans to go for the title? He's top 3 everywhere. I would say that he didn't say when, but the way I think it's gonna go is this. I think either he's gonna get he'll either get who will he get? Who would I personally think Boots is gonna vacate the IBF title because I think he's gonna come to the realization that he can't make 147 and he's gonna realize that the bigger fights are at 54. So I think Boots is gonna drop that belt. And when he drops that belt, I think he will fight the winner of Paddy Donovan versus Lewis Crocker for the vacant IBF title. And I think that title becomes champion. I don't think he fights Boots. I don't think he fights Norman. I think he fights for the vacant title against one of those 2 guys I just mentioned. So, how far are you from Mo? What the hell is Mo? Ola Squaga versus Bam would be explosive. And he said, somebody mentioned Ola Squaga. The toughest guy in boxing is that Ola Squaga kid that fights on Nakatani undercards. Oh, that'd be amazing. I would love to see Ola Squaga fight Bam. Ola Squaga's at, 112 right now? And Bam's sitting there at 115. So, I'd love for them to fight each other. But I don't think it happens because they're both promoted by who? Say it with me. Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. Tekken Promotions. Tekken Promotions promotes them both, I think. So I don't think they're going to do that fight because they have this weird thing where they don't like their guys fighting each other most of the time. So I don't know. That fight would make a lot of sense, though, because they're both Mexican-American. But I don't think it happens, just being honest. Who will I celebrate on New Year's Eve with? The great boxing fans of Japan. I'll be at the fight. And then I'll probably just chill and walk around Tokyo, and then I gotta come back here. I have to come back here to Mito and take the bullet train, which is gonna take about an hour. So, yeah, that's the plan. It's Kobe beef, super high end. I haven't had it, so maybe I gotta go try it. But I've had a lot of like the when I was in Kagawa, I was having a lot of olive fed beef, and it's like super top shelf. So, yeah. Are they killing it for you first, then serving it? I hope so. Is there any good ramen out there, BT? There's plenty of good ramen. There's no shortage of good ramen in Japan. It's one of the easiest things you could find. You should take Japanese lessons. Connecting Japanese boxing to the West is your lane now. It's one of my lanes. I got many lanes, but yeah, it's one of my top lanes. It's one of the top things I'm known for, you know. I think it's something that I got to work on, you know. So I'll definitely work on it. Boots ain't dropping Jack because he'd rather be a big fish in a small pond than swim in the ocean with the sharks. That's what it seems like. It really does seem like that. It really does. It does seem like that. I'm going to give Boots the right to change his mind and go up to 54, but right now it seems that way. But I do think he probably has another fight, and he's going to have a hard weight cut, and he's going to realize it's not good to stay at 47, and he's going to have to – he's going to drop – I think when it's all said and done, he drops that belt and goes 54. But maybe I'm wrong. Who is an up-and-coming prospect people should look out for? My favorite? I would say I like there's this one fighter I just learned about from Japan. I think he trains at Ohashi Gym. He's only 2-0. I think he's like I forgot what weight class he's in. I'm going to say he's maybe like I don't know. Let me see. But there's this fighter from Japan named Sora Tanaka. They call him the Mike Tyson of Japan because he's like, apparently he's really big. I just started learning about him and watching him fight. He's like 2-0. I like him. I don't know how far he'll go. See, what was this guy's weight class? Because I know he wasn't a heavyweight. You see, he's a welterweight. So yeah, he's a welterweight, but like he's a short, stocky welterweight. Sora Tanaka, 2-0, 2 knockouts, Ohashi Gym, 23 years old. I just started watching him. I just started learning about him. They call him the Mike Tyson of Yokohama. So that's kind of interesting. So that maybe him. In the States, Atif Oberton from Philadelphia, the light heavyweight. I think he's a great fighter. Who else? Yeah, those are a couple that come to mind. Yugo Sakai from Japan. I'm trying to think of more American prospects. America does a bad job of developing prospects, so it's kind of hard. Yeah, I'll say in America, Atif Overton. That's the guy I like the most right now from America. Zaquin Moses, who just signed Eddie Hearn. He's Shakur's cousin. You know, I like him. The room seems tiny. Got you looking like Gulliver's Travels. Well, yeah, because I walked through earlier. I'm in a guest house, so like, you know, I'm in here because I like the little setup. But I mean, like, there's a whole there's more stuff down there, you know.
Yeah. See, where's this burger at?
It still says preparing order, so 4:25 should be here. Sora Tanaka, yeah, that's his name. Sora Tanaka, Sora Tanaka, Ohashi Gym, 2-0, 2 knockouts, aka the Mike Tyson of Yokohama. That's what they call him. So, yeah, I'm still learning about him. Do I still have the Wi-Fi box? I do, but I don't need it right now because I'm in my place with Wi-Fi. Bro, Mizuki is fighting in the U.S. in January. It might be hard to schedule now. Yeah, I was going to tell you that, Jan. We probably won't get Mizuki because she's going to be out in the States. So I'm not tripping about it. I'll be here till like late February. So she fights, I think, in the middle of January. And I'm pretty sure she'll be back in Japan before I leave Japan because I don't leave Japan until February 3rd. So we could always schedule with her later on. What are your thoughts on Daigo Higa versus Seiya Tatsumi? Good fight, you know. Good that they got a rematch. Definitely would love to see how Tatsumi does now that he's a champion because it's always easier when you're the contender, you're the hunter. You know, it's a lot harder sometimes when you're the hunted. But you know, this fight has history, so I'm looking forward to it. But the fight I'm really looking forward to is Maloney versus Tenshin Nasukawa. That's a really good step up in class for Nasukawa, and I really respect him for taking that step up in class. Richard Torres might be a hype job. I like Richard Torres. You know, I think he's good. He's got good personality. He's entertaining. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he's a hype job. I don't know how good he is. I just know he won a silver medal. He's very strong. One thing that's not overrated about Richard Torres, I can say, is he's got very, very good stamina. Like he's not gonna be one of these fighters that loses because he gets tired. He'll lose maybe because he gets caught a good shot. Maybe he loses because he's not he's too small, but he's not gonna lose because he's not he's out of shape, you know. I can't tell you who is the best American heavyweight right now. To be honest, the way I see it, it's up for grabs. You got still Jared Anderson who's around. You got Richard Torres that's around, but I'll tell you guys who my favorite American heavyweight is. All right, and a guy that I think will have a chance to snatch the throne. Now, I will admit he is from South Florida, so maybe I am a little biased, and I do want him to do well. But Lorenzo the Giant Killer Medina, that's a heavyweight that I think, because of how thin the heavyweight division is in America, that's a guy that I think in a couple years, not right away, but in a couple years, as he grows and as he matures, I think he goes ahead and he becomes somebody that can, you know, be a factor in heavyweight boxing. Right now, he's 11-0 and 9 knockouts. He's 6'2", 73-inch reach, so he's smaller, hence the name Giant Killer. Very marketable, very slick fighter. Favorite fighter was James Toney. I think he's gonna have he talks a lot, so I think people are gonna has a good personality, you know. I think people are gonna be interested in this fight as he progresses, but right now he's just being moved carefully as a 11-0 heavyweight. He's still young, and they don't gotta rush with him. They can take the time, and yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm biased. I want to see him do well, but I think, you know, right now on BoxRec he's like the 23rd ranked American heavyweight, but I can't really think of too many heavyweights. He had a really good showing on one of Jake Paul's shows a couple years ago, or last year, and I'm expecting big things. I mean, when you look at the top 25 of the American heavyweights on BoxRec, I mean, you got I can't even tell you some of these guys, and the guys I can tell you I know are not gonna be world class, like Gerard Miller's 5, Jared Anderson's 2, Michael Hunter's number 1 on BoxRec. So, you know, shame on you, BoxRec, but it's not even crazy. Michael Hunter might be the best American heavyweight. Who knows who the best American heavyweight is anymore? Stephen Shaw, number 9. Cassius Chaney, number 10. Kingsley eBay, number 15. Anthony White Chocolate Martinez, numbers. Oh my God! I know Anthony Martinez. He's from South Florida, cruiserweight. You know, nice person. Like him, interviewed him. How the hell is he number 17? What's Anthony Martinez been up to? Anthony White Chocolate Martinez number 17 over Lorenzo Medina? Hell no. 20-2, yeah. And just so you guys know, Anthony Martinez, he's this Cuban from like South Florida, kind of a pretty boy. He got knocked out in like 1 round by David Light, the cruiserweight. So make it that what you will. Oh my God, Anthony Martinez has been on a freaking can crushing tour. He's been going to Colombia a lot, and he won a belt. Wow, he won a belt. He won the IBO Ibero-American heavyweight title, so that probably got him some standing. So I never heard of that. So I'm learning new shit every day, and I know Anthony Martinez. That shit's crazy. Number 17. Okay, who else? Because I'm looking at the rankings. Number 17, number 18, James Mackenzie Morrison. Number 19, Brandon Moore. Yeah, so I'm gonna say it like this. Right now, I'll say in America, heavyweight wise, the only guys that are like not past it that I think have any chance to do anything that are not past it or Jared Anderson still has time because he's young. Jared Anderson and Lorenzo Medina. That's it. That's it for me. I don't know no other heavyweights. Let me keep scrolling down. Jake Paul. Jake Paul is the number 27 American heavyweight on VoxRec. Look at this shit, guys. Look how crazy this is. Look at this shit. Jake Paul, number 27. Look at that. And then you got Fed Pacheco, who's Diego Pacheco's brother. Look at this. Jake Paul is number 27 on BoxRec. Oh, you can't make this shit up. And then there's Lorenzo Medina. Still 11-0. I think he's going to be a big factor, though. Anthony Martinez. That's it. That's it. That's the state of American heavyweight boxing. And it's an absolute shambles. So now they're saying my order's going to be here at 4:15, which I don't believe. It's 3:58 now, so... We patiently wait for the burger from a place called the Dad Bod Burger as I sit here and I shoot my mouth off and flap my gums here on True School Sport. I told you guys we're going to go 4 hours, so this burger place is going to make sure this live goes 4 hours. Who would I match Wilder with in 2025? That's a good question. I would go with Anthony Joshua. Yeah, they got unfinished business. They need to do that fight. If Joshua doesn't fight Fury, they need to do Joshua versus Wilder. Wilder versus Anderson. I mean, that's a good fight. I didn't really think too much about that one, but that could be a good fight. Michael Hunter was good 10 years ago. Number 1 is a joke. Yeah, Michael Hunter. I mean, what a waste of a career. Michael Hunter was a top amateur. Like the way people talk about like these Japanese amateurs, like Hayato Sutsumi. He was like that in America. Like he was beating everybody in America in the heavyweights. And then I thought he could have been an all-time great cruiserweight. He had the talent to, but Usyk beat him. He only lost to Usyk, and then never really campaigned long enough to be a cruiserweight. And then he knocked out Martin Bakole. He knocked Martin Bakole out years ago. Exposed him years ago, and that win is age great for him. But I was at Michael Hunter's fight when he fought Cassius Chaney this year. It was terrible. I mean, he's lacking quite a lot as a heavyweight. I think Michael Hunter probably threw the best years of his career away, ducking fights and getting bad advice from managers, unfortunately. What are your thoughts about Puma Martinez having a bad fever and not showing up to the fight? I don't like it. It makes me a little bit worried about him, and I'm picking him to win. I think Chaney got brought out in that fight. He threw like 5... Got bought out in that fight. He threw like 5 right hands in that fight. The fight looks fixed. Maybe it did. But I mean, I've seen Cassius Chaney fight. He's not really a guy that throws a lot of punches anyway. So I was just annoyed. Like that was an annoying fight to watch. Do I think Bam versus Junto will be a big fight next year? Maybe, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Robert Garcia has their plans for him, and I think Mr. Honda has their plans for him. So it's not gonna happen. I think that's wishful thinking on our part as boxing fans. If I'm just being like all the way 100 with you. Hold on, I need to sit down somewhere because my back hurts. This damn burger place. I didn't bet on Puma, but if I had money to bet, I probably would bet on Puma to win by decision. But like, yeah, I didn't bet on him. But I would pick him though. Oh, I would if I was betting on the fight. I would. Hold on. My back hurts. I need to sit in a proper chair while I talk to the fine people here in Japan. I haven't even gone outside yet, and it's probably gonna go down. The sun's gonna go down soon before I get this burger. I haven't even explored this area yet. Andy Ruiz had a waste of a career. Yeah, I mean, he did. He could have been a lot more. He could have been the face of boxing. He had to be the first American heavyweight champion. Shit, he had boxing in the palm of his hands, and he didn't take advantage of it. So, hold on. There you go. World-class lighting here. They say, true school, you don't have world-class lighting. Boom. There you go. There's your world-class lighting. Can't wait for this damn burger. Jin is ranked number 1 and number 2 in the IBF. He's not ranked. Well, number 1 and number 2 is vacant on the IBF, and he's number 3. So technically, he's number 3, but he's really number 1. That makes sense. Money takes the hunger away from these. Well, it's like I don't even think that like money taking away the hunger from people. It's like it's not just a boxing thing. It's that's an everyday life thing. Like some people, they have all the ambition. They have all the ambition that you need to be successful in life and then to make some money, and then they don't have that same ambition. You know, it's complete. It's human nature. So why wouldn't it happen in a tough sport like boxing, where you're getting punched in the head and you're working out 2 or 3 times a day, and you know. I don't know about you, but I think Jake Pacheco is a star in the making. I've been singing the praises of Diego Pacheco since 2019. I did a prospect review video on Diego Pacheco years ago. I've always believed in Diego. I still believe in Diego. I think Diego will be a champion. I think Diego will beat. I think he would beat Edgar Berlanga. I think he would beat Christian and Billy. I think he would have beat Jaime Munguia before Munguia got knocked out against Bruno. You know, Pacheco is a beast. Ty says, "Are you in Mito?" I am. I am in Mito. I haven't gone outside yet. I got here last night. And then I woke up today and I talked to my dad, and then I just been live talking here for hours. Now I'm waiting for my burger, so I probably won't get a chance to explore Mito today before the sun goes down. But yeah, I'm here. It's very quiet. It reminds me a little bit of Takamatsu, but it might even be quieter, Tahe. Jin said in the interview with BT that Norman is his intended match. He did say that. He said the fight he's targeting is Brian Norman, and that should honestly be music to every boxing fan's ears. And if that fight doesn't get you excited, it probably means you either don't know about Jin Sasaki or you don't know about Brian Norman Jr. So what you need to do is you need to go watch Brian Norman highlights. All right, and then go watch Jizaki highlights, and then you need to imagine them fighting each other. It's gonna be like I'm telling you, it's gonna be one of the best fights of 2025. Let me see what else. I know I missed some comments. BT, you predicted we'd see Gary Russell back in 2025. In 2022, did Gary Russell have a chance to beat the champion in 2016? He did, and I did say that. So. We're almost there. You know, Gary, you got to come back soon. Come back, man. Come back. So I'm not wrong. But yeah, I think Gary could have beat, I think he would have beat Leo Santa Cruz back in the day at 126 or 122. Nah, King Opatai ain't coming up for no one, little bro. Usyk left when Opatai was coming up. He's ducking the smoke. Come on, man. Stop. You really think that? This dude just fought fucking Tyson Fury, 6'9", damn near 300 pounds. Gargoyle. Andre the Giant, that's Tyson Fury. You think he's ducking Opataya? I don't think so. Opataya is a good fighter. I like Opataya. I think Opataya Usyk could be a really good fight. I think if Usyk can make cruiserweight healthily and not be weight drained, I think he'll beat the brakes off Opataya. Opataya got stamina issues. He's a front running fighter. He's a 6-round fighter. He's a good fighter, but what the Breeders rematch showed me is that he's about a 6-round fighter. Which is good, because that don't mean he's a complete front runner, but he's a 6-round fighter. Usyk a 12-round fighter. So Opataya needs to improve because he's not gonna win that fight. I don't think so. Not right now. Not in his present state with the amount of experience he has, bro. Where is this burger? Now I wasn't getting pissed. I'm starting to get pissed now. It says first it said arrival by 3:45. Then it said arrival by 4:05. Then it said arrival by 4:15. Now it's saying arrival by 4:25, bro. They better just get my damn burger, bro. Before I go there myself. I will go there myself. Get a damn burger myself. It's ridiculous. But shout out to you guys that are still rocking with me on this 3-hour plus live. Make sure you smash that like button. I see we're at 48 likes. Run it up to 50. Run it up to 50 likes. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, smash the like button. If you like the Japan content, if you enjoyed the Jin Sasaki interview, if you're looking forward to other Japanese content, send a super chat. You know, they definitely don't go in vain. We're here in Japan doing our thing, getting people great content that you can't get nowhere else in boxing. Going where nobody else goes in boxing, because most of the American media, for better or for worse, is they're in Saudi Arabia, on their hands and knees, kissing up the turkey. You know, but to each their own. I don't even think Zoro is going to be a cakewalk for Opataya. I don't think so. I think Zoro's going to be a very tough fight for Opataya, because Opataya is a front runner. He gets tired in the back half of fights. That's the one. Very good talent, strong. You got to be able to dish out what he's taking, what he's delivering to you. But if you can stand up to his power, which I think Zoro can stand up to his power, you can make his life a living hell in the back half of the fights. And I think that's a very, very possible scenario that yes, Opataya could win some early rounds. Maybe it hurt a guy like Zoro early on, but back half of the fight, might be over for the boy. Zoro gonna get. Everyone wants to know what the noise is. It's probably just the cars going by. Cause I'm right. Hold on. There's cars. It's a street. I'm near a street. There's a bus. So the buzzing sound is probably just cars. You think these boxing shows, Ring Magazine, are going to be low budget because it's Turkey? It's Turkey's personal money. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if it's because it's Turkey's personal money. I just think, it's not in Saudi, right? So for those that don't know, Turkey Al-Rashid did buy Ring Magazine recently, and he stated that. Hold on. I'm trying to find out. What did I just do? Hold on. I hit a button on my computer. This is bullshit. There you go. All right. I hate when that happens. It might just be because it's in the computer. Maybe if I hold it like this, it won't do that, the buzzing sound. But I just think Turkey bought Ring Magazine, and he said that he wants to start doing cards in the U.S. and the U.K. as part of the Saudi of the Ring Magazine subscription service. And the cards will not be Riyadh season cards; they will be Ring Magazine cards. So I think that they're not going to be the highest budget shows, but I'm okay with that. If it means prospects getting a chance to stay busy and have careers, then I'm okay with that. I don't really care if every show don't have to be a stacked card. You could have shows that are just good prospect shows. Boxing needs those too. Breeders beat Usyk. I don't give a fuck. Go rewatch that and tell me Usyk won 7 rounds. I just watched it the other day. Usyk beat him. I'll tell you that right now. Usyk beat Breeders. Good fight, close, but he barely beat him. I think Zoro is underrated. Maybe at one point in time he might have been overrated, but he's actually become underrated. It's crazy. Yeah, he's done the Munguia, but he hasn't done the full-on Munguia. He hasn't done the full-on Munguia where he's just been cherry-picking his whole career. So I can't say he's just like Munguia, but he had some times in his career he was padding. He was shining his record up real nice. But he's fought good people and beat good people. Come on, man. This burger is pissing me off. I need this burger. Vlasov, good win. Jesse Hart twice when he was undefeated. Jesse Hart was a big prospect. Everyone don't even remember. Nobody remembers Jesse Hart, and nobody like even gives a damn about Jesse Hart. But Jesse Hart was a big prospect at one point in time, straight up. Shout out to my guy Zai with the $2 super chat. It just says the number 1. I think it's at this comment. It's just the number 1 and a balloon and a heart. So thank you for your comment. It's just showing me like a 1 and the heart and the balloon. So I think that means it's your first super chat. I don't know if it said anything. Is it supposed to say anything? No, you didn't put any words. So thank you for the super chat. Bivol, BT, could we ever see DAZN move away from boxing if they had the rights of like hockey? I don't think DAZN will move away from boxing because they have a lot of they own a lot of rights to a lot of fights in boxing and promotional companies. So if they do move from boxing, it won't be anytime soon. And as much as I love the NHL and I love hockey, I don't think hockey is a big enough of a sport for them to move away from boxing. I think they would need to get something like the NBA or the NFL, and then they could move away from boxing. Bivol gave Zora a one-sided beatdown. Yeah, that's Bivol. Bivol, them guys like Bivol, Better BF, in a way, these guys are on a different level than everyone else. So there's no shame in losing to a guy like Bivol. You know, Zoro's a damn good fighter. Zoro was the first Mexican ever to win a super middleweight title. First Mexican ever to win a cruiserweight title. Now he's a unified cruiserweight champion. I mean, he's pretty good. A lot of guys like that career. Won over 40 fights in the pros. Every other city we go. Every other video. It don't matter where I go. I see the same hoes. Konnichiwa. Little Japanese girl saying hi to me. Who would you have in Andy Cruz versus Omar? I'll go with Andy Cruz, but it's a good fight. Japan has the slowest Uber ever. Nah, well, to be fair, not Tokyo. Tokyo's pretty fast because Tokyo's like any other major city in the world. But I'm not in Tokyo. I'm in a place where things are a lot slower, and there's not as many people driving in the streets, and there's probably not as many people using Uber Eats and things like that. So it's understandable. It's like in America. I remember when I was in America. And I went to the Raymond Ford Odebek Komotov fight. When I was done at that fight, I was trying to get an Uber back to where I was staying because where I was staying was like a little bit away. And they fought in Verona, New York, which is an upstate New York. And you know, it's not like a very busy area. It's not like a big metropolitan city area, so they don't have Ubers like that. They literally did not have Ubers for like four or 5 hours in upstate New York, where Raymond Ford fought Komotov that night. So I actually thought that I wasn't gonna be able to get back to where I was staying because my place was too far, and there weren't even any taxis at that time. So I've been through things like this, but this ain't too bad. We'll it says 4:25 now, so give it another 10 minutes. I'm not at the 4 hour limit yet that I told you guys. I wasn't gonna go live for 4 hours today, so. We're still in that 4 hours, so, you know, the road, oh yeah. Now it says estimated arrival 4:35, so I'm just out of luck then, I guess. I'm not gonna get no damn burger. There is a delay. It's taking longer than predicted to find a delivery person. It's an understatement. It's a big understatement. Massive. So I continue to wait. Japanese, and by the way, shout out to my guy, Solid Maneuver with the $5 super chat. He says, hold on. Japanese fighters come to thump. Yeah, Jintozaki is nothing to play with. He and Norman would be a war. I see Norman's dad ducking them. Is he? What did Brian Norman Sr. say? Because I haven't seen him say anything about that fight. So put me on game, because you can't. I know he can't be ducking no damn Jintozaki fight. That's a good fight. Honestly, if I was Brian Norman's dad and I sat down and I knew if I knew how Brian Norman Jr. was punching, and I'm in the gym with him every day, and you see the defensive lapses that Jin Sasaki had, I'd be gassed to take that fight. There's a lot to go expose, you know. Hold on, delivery option. I wonder if there's an option here to like change it to a pickup, because I'm getting pick it up and get it faster and get. Oh hell yeah, let's do that. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me. The Dad Bod. The Dad Bod Burger. What's the address of this place? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. We might just go for a walk. The thing is, if we go for a walk, I'm gonna have to get off the live because I'm gonna need directions on my phone. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm getting to that point where I want to go pick my shit up, but I'm gonna have to get off the live if I go pick it up. So, let me see. I'm gonna give these fine folks till 4:35. If they're not at least picking up my order by 4:35, then I'll just end the live and go pick the shit up myself, because this is ridiculous. I want my burger. Come on, Mito, don't do this to me, man. I love Japan. I don't want to talk shit about anywhere in Japan. I love Japan. Don't do this to me. Come on, Mito. Mito Japan. Tighten up. Me and Solid Maneuver are about to cover this burger at True School Sports. Appreciate you, champ. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, man, this burger is crazy. I want them to deliver the damn burger so I can eat it while I'm talking to you guys, because we've been talking about this burger now, because I think I made my order at 2:50. It's 4:18 right now, so we're talking about. I've been talking about this burger for over an hour and it still ain't here yet. So I'm not entirely surprised, because this isn't like a very fast-paced part of Japan. So I didn't think they'd have like a lot of Uber Eats stuff here like that, but I just it worked, so fuck. Keep raising the burger's time. That's what I'm saying. It's not. I don't think it's the burger place. I think it's Uber Eats. It says that they're having a hard time finding a driver. Playing games with the kid. But like, I'll show you. Look, I'll show you guys this. Look, if you look at right here, it's giving me this option right here. Pick it up to get it faster. So I can always click this and get 384 yen back. But I don't want to do that just yet, because I want to stay on live. I'm enjoying the live. Oh, what happened? Your order was canceled. The order from. So what does that mean? Bruh. How are they gonna cancel my? Wow, I sat here for 3 hours, 2 hours, almost 2 hours, and they went ahead and canceled my burger? Or did I click something? All right, so Dad Bob Burger, you don't fucked up, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta check something real quickly. Give me 1 second. I might order from somewhere else. I'm not trying to. It's too cold out there for this shit. I don't feel like walking today. Hold on. So these people. So my burger. So these people. So my burger. I want to go check to see if they charge me. And I'm on Uber Eats, and I'm looking at previous orders. And the order I just made is not there because they canceled it, but I got charged. So me and Uber Eats gonna have some problems. But guys, look, I think on that, I'm gonna do my 4 hours, because I promise you guys a 4 hour live. So we got 20 minutes left. That's bullshit. Why did my your order from Dad Bod Burger cannot fully be fulfilled. Check order details. Yeah, that's bullshit. Like, I'm just staying for like an hour. But just go to McDonald's or whatever I find and just call it a day, because this is ridiculous. Help. Let me see help. Get your questions in. I'm still gonna do the 4 hours. We still got 20 minutes left. They took my yen, bro. That's not cool. Delivery failed. View receipt. That's bullshit. I got charged and everything. I need a refund. So I'll handle that here soon. I won't panic. I won't get upset. I don't understand the order is it's their fault. It's not even my fault. I got charged, so I'll have to talk to them. You know, not cool. Not cool. I'm not gonna worry about it now. I'll probably take care of it before I go to sleep. But I'm gonna finish these 20 minutes because that's uncalled for. Been here for like an hour. They didn't even give my damn. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. You guys see, delivery failed. Dad bod burger. You know, they will say usually 3 to 5 days. It comes back in 10 minutes. I hope so. It better because we'll fight someone. We'll fight someone, man. I didn't even like the whole point of me ordering was so I didn't have to go outside because it's cold. It's super cold outside. I don't feel like walking right now. And I was live too, so I was like, you know, be cool, just chill, get my burger. But of course, it's never how you plan. So I guess this is God. This is God's way of making me go out and explore. Like my man Jan with the super chat says, bro, get your ass out there and explore. I will, but I'm gonna stay here for 20 minutes and then I'm gonna end the live because I told everybody I'd be here for 4 hours. There's 20 minutes left, so I'll do the 4 hours and then I'll leave. I'll go outside, but I can't go outside now because I gotta save my data on my pocket Wi-Fi. I can't waste it. Can't waste it. I can't waste my I can't waste the money or the data that I have left on my pocket Wi-Fi because that's my lifeline. So I'll go out here in a minute. You can love me or hate me, but get me that. That's what I'm saying. You can love me or hate me. Give me the damn burger, you know? Hold on, let me Google this up now. Now when I'm sitting here, you got to get your boxing questions in, whatever you want in. But I got to find out. Because now I want a burger because I spent an hour talking about a burger. Burgers near me. It's bullshit. Yeah, you don't cancel BT. What the hell? Dad bod burger. See, they got a place called the Drunken Duck. So I guess that's the move. BT, does your pop sleep early? Been trying to call him BT. Who talks long for me or you last 3 times? Probably you these days because I don't have that kind of time most of the time to talk to my dad. But I talked to my dad for like an hour today. We talk a lot though. I've talked to my dad on the phone for 3-4 hours before. So yeah, mom bod burger. Talking about dad bod burger. On some old bullshit. Talking about we can't fulfill your order. Fulfill these nuts. I'm joking. But it's the untouchable True School Sports Empire. We're live just here on True School Sports, talking shit, having fun, talking boxing, ordering burgers, not getting them. Let's see. I'm gonna get my money back. That's for damn sure. Better be at versus Benavidez is a top fight. Yeah, better be at Benavidez is a fight that I'm really excited about. That's why I'm rooting for Benavidez to win and better be at to win the rematch because they're them fighting each other has always been a fight I wanted to see from years ago, and I think that's gonna be a fight where, you know, Benavidez is gonna meet someone that has the firepower to push him back for the first time. Maybe Morrell does it, who knows? But I think that fight right there, like as me and my boy Sean Tatel have talked about it amongst ourselves, you know, that fight is to determine who is truly the baddest motherfucker in boxing, you know. Is that an inn? It's a guest house, which apparently there's no guest but me here. There's nobody else here but me, so it's my private mansion for now. Every other city we go, every other video, no matter where I go, I see the same hoes. Joshua versus Fury, bro. Who wins? The British boxing fans. Tyson Fury. I've always thought Tyson Fury would beat Joshua. Always. Maybe it'll be different, but I would say I will go with Fury. I just hope it happens though. I feel like both of them have a responsibility to give that fight to the British fans after not getting the fight all these years. I think too, like what's his name? If Joshua doesn't, the only way I'll excuse it is if Joshua fights Wilder, because that fight has so much history. You know, they really should fight. Do I consider Joshua a good fighter in general? Yeah. Why not? No restaurants around. No, there's restaurants. There's plenty of restaurants, actually. There's plenty of burger places. So I'm going to go to one when I'm done with this live. But, yeah, like, Joshua is a unified champion, gold medalist. Those don't grow on trees. Like, he fought the best of his era. How could I say Joshua is not a good fighter? He's more than a good fighter. He's a fantastic fighter. Deontay versus Joshua, what do you think? Really good fight. At this point, it's 50-50. They're both pretty washed. I would go with I would still go with Joshua slightly, but I'm not confident like either way I pick. But it'd be a fight that should happen. Hola says, bro, I got a weird ass dream last night. Picasso knocked out Inoue cold in 2 rounds with a left hook. That's random. That is random, but who knows? Sometimes people, they have dreams, and sometimes dreams can come true. So who knows? This is fucking bullshit, bro. I can't believe they did that to me. In their primes, honestly, I think they're both extremely vulnerable, flawed heavyweights. I think the fight would have been close no matter when they fought. I think I would have picked Joshua. They both don't have great chins. They both get hit a lot. They both can punch. Obviously, Wilder has bigger one-punch power. Joshua has to kind of put his shots together more, but I would have always leaned slightly towards Joshua. I don't know. I hope it happens. For the sake of boxing, I hope it happens. Yes, for the millionth time, everybody keeps asking me. Everyone keeps asking me about, you know, am I going to Puma versus Martinez? Yes, I will be at Puma versus Martinez. I will be at Puma Martinez versus Ioka in 2 days. That's ridiculous. Best chance. Alright, I gotta call Uber Eats, apparently. Prime Usyk versus Prime Deontay. Very interesting fight. Everyone says that Usyk would just beat the hell out of Deontay. I don't think so. I think, like, he's better than Wilder skill-wise, around the board, at agility, all these things. But I think that Usyk is going to have to, you know, avoid that right hand. And he's a southpaw, right-hand southpaw killer. So, on paper, he should beat Wilder. But that's a fight I could honestly see Deontay Wilder knocking the living daylights out of Usyk, honestly. Because if Wilder never got credit for having he has a better jab than people give him credit for. Because remember, people say he knocked out all cans and bums or whatever they want to say, which really isn't even true. He did knock out some good fighters. But even if let's just say he did fight 50 or whatever, 40, whatever cans and bums that people like to say. To knock out 40 cans and bums, you would still have to know how to set up your punches. So there's a skill that he has in setting up that right hand. He knew how to set up the right hand. The worst thing Wilder ever did was leave Mark Breland, because Mark Breland had him landing that shit a lot. I think I would actually have given him I would give Wilder a better chance against, as crazy as it sounds, Usyk, than I would against maybe like I would give him a chance just because the fact that his main punch is the right hand. He's fighting a southpaw, and you know, he does know how to set the right hand up. So if we're talking about the Wilder that was trained by Mark Breland, the one that fought, you know, Luis Ortiz in the first fight, that guy I think could knock out Usyk. Joshua went 24 rounds, not a single clean right hand. Joshua is technically more sound than Wilder by a long shot, and that actually works against Joshua. That's actually why I think Wilder could land the right hand, because Wilder isn't as technically sound. He's a bit more unpredictable, and punches come from the floor, the ceiling, everywhere. And I think that that actually in that particular matchup, prime Wilder, prime Usyk, and to me Wilder's prime was, I would say, Luis Ortiz 1. Luis Ortiz 1 is Wilder's prime. So I think that's the guy I'm thinking about when I talk about this matchup. I think that guy could go and really land that shot, because he's a little bit, he's not as predictable as Joshua. Maybe he won't. Maybe he don't. Maybe he doesn't land on Usyk, and Usyk just schools for 12 rounds. But I mean, I saw Fury get dropped by this guy multiple times. I see everyone who ever fought Wilder hit the canvas, and I don't think that it'll be any different. I think Usyk would eventually get touched by that right hand. 12 rounds is a long time. It's a very, very long time. But who knows? Usyk should beat him, but we'll never know, because they're not going to fight each other. And if they do fight each other, Wilder's completely washed up now, and he's not the guy that fought Lewis. Like, Wilder from the Lewis Ortiz fight, from the first Lewis Ortiz fight, and even the second, was actually a very good heavyweight. I think it became really popular here on YouTube, and even I was part of it at times, to bash Wilder and say what he wasn't, he's not this, he's not that. And people got so caught up in what he wasn't that they couldn't appreciate in front of him what he was, which was a devastating knockout artist who can set up big shots. You can say whatever you want. He knew how to set up that right hand, and his jab was better than people gave him credit for. And he was even a smarter fighter than people gave him credit for, because like when he fought Ortiz, he made an adjustment in that fight. If you go when you watch that fight, he made an adjustment where he kind of became less aggressive and allowed Ortiz to come on the front foot, and then he became the counter punch towards the end, and that's actually how he got the knockout. So he wasn't as great as like his fanboys made him out to be, but he wasn't as garbage or trash as people that want to talk down on him say he was. Deontay Wilder at his best was a very good heavyweight. He was a guy that was at one point in time the most dangerous heavyweight in the world, and he is a fighter that I think deserves more respect. And especially if you're an American. If you're an American, you really gotta be respecting Deontay Wilder more, because he delivered on what he said that he was gonna deliver to the division. He always said that he's here to deliver the excitement to the heavyweight division. And you can say he wasn't like flawed, or you can say he was flawed, or he didn't have this, he didn't have that. One thing you cannot say about him that he was boring. All of his fights were exciting. All of them. They were all exciting. Whether he won or he lost. You cared about his fights because they were exciting, and he gave you guys what you came for, which is knockouts. So, when I look at how American heavyweight boxing was bad back then, when Wilder was the champion. But now, with Wilder being out of his prime and not having a belt, oh my God. Look, compare a guy like Jerry Anderson and how fraudulent he's been so far in his career with what Deontay Wilder was, and the difference is night and day. Same thing goes for like anybody else heavyweight over the last 5 to 10 years from America. So he's the best we've had. For good, bad, or indifferent, he's the best we've had. And I'm not gonna sit here and talk down on Deontay Wilder, who was in some great heavyweight fights, gave us some great moments, and played his part in boxing history. Did he duck Joshua? Yes. Did he duck some fights? Yes. But he was good for boxing. He was a net positive for boxing. There's no arguments for me about that. So yeah. My man said, end the live and go eat, but I'm gonna go 8 more minutes. I said 4 hours. I'm gonna do my 4 hours. I'm gonna do my 4 hours like I said, because I want to do it even 4 hours. It's been a while since I did a 4 hour live. I probably haven't done a 4 hour live since I moved from South Florida. So I want to do this one. We did a lot of 2 hours. I did 2.5. I did 2. I did 1. But I want to do a 4. So we'll do 4. Is Wilder a Hall of Famer? No, he's not a Hall of Famer. He's definitely not a Hall of Famer. Some people who are ignorant will probably tell you yes, he is. He's not a Hall of Famer. But for his era, he was a very good heavyweight, WBC champion, one of the most devastating punchers in all of boxing, one of the most devastating punchers in the history of heavyweight boxing. And on top of that, I believe he defended his belt, 7 or 8 times? I don't care what you guys say. I know how hard boxing is at the championship level. I'm not a fighter, but I've been around fighters that have been at that level. And I don't care if you fight 7 or 8 subpar guys, quote unquote. If these guys are in the rankings, if these guys were good enough to get in the rankings and things like that, and you beat like 7 or 8 of them guys, and you beat a couple high level, like you're something. You can't just say he's a nothing. He's a Olympic bronze medalist. Only became an Olympic bronze medalist with only a handful of years of experience, if that. the dude is a success story in boxing, and I'm no Wilder fanboy, and anybody from the LDBC who watched me from years ago will tell you that they used to think I was a hater of Wilder. They used to think I was a racist because I used to always just tell the truth about what he was not doing back in the day. But I can also appreciate, you know, the good that he did. I think it's fair when you talk about fighters, you gotta always like talk about them holistically, like don't just talk about the good they did. Talk about the bad and vice versa. If you're talking about the bad, don't just talk about the bad. Talk about the good. You know, so you can have a healthy view of these fighters because no fighter is perfect. No fighter does everything right. No fighter always fights top competition. Some guys take soft touches because they have to at times, and it's what it is. Like some fighters got gift decisions. Like Muhammad Ali got gift decisions back in the day. Where would you rank George Foreman? George Foreman, it's a good question. So, the only heavyweights I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I put above George Foreman would be Joe Louis, probably Muhammad Ali, even though he beat Muhammad Ali, Joe Louis, and after that, everything else is debatable. He's in the top 5. I think Foreman's in the top 5 easy. He clears in the top. He's in the top 5 easily. So I'll just say Ali, and I'll say Joe Louis. Lennox Lewis, you could say Lennox. I'm not mad if you say Lennox Lewis. I still think Foreman was a more dominant fighter than Lennox. You know, Lennox did avenge all of his losses, so he gets a lot of credit for that. Like he defeated every man he stepped in the ring with. But I just think that. You know, like he lost to Rockman, he lost to McCall. These were solid contenders for the time, but these guys weren't like all-time great or like Hall of Fame caliber fighters. George Foreman, I can't think of a fight. Maybe he did, where he lost to a guy of that caliber. So I would say like Foreman's probably in like 3 or 4. Philippians 413 says you gave us $4, 4 hours. Here's $4. There you go, champ. Appreciate that. It was 11. Yeah, like Deontay Wilder had a lot of title defenses. So I mean, part of it was good management from Shelly Finkel. You know, Shelly Finkel did a great job. You know, picking the right fights at the right time, as that's what your job as a manager is. But yeah, he stood. The fighter, no matter how good or bad the opposition is, the fighter still have to go win the fights. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy that people on Twitter are going crazy over this Boots Ennis Sasaki shit. Like this Jaron Ennis Jin Sasaki interview on Twitter, it's going nuts right now. People that's the talk of boxing because you know it's a slow year. There's not really any big cards outside of this Ioka Martinez, which you know unless you're like into the lighter categories or follow Japanese boxing, you don't probably care about. So it's probably become one of the biggest topics in boxing right now. Barboza versus Catterall. It's a good fight. I like what's his name? I like Catterall in that fight. I think Catterall too smart, too strong, too crafty for Barboza. Yeah, he said you guys almost damn near covered the hamburger. Yeah, he did. Damn near. How famous is fake Nello in Japan? That's a good question. I'm trying to figure that out myself because, like, I've done interviews with Japanese fighters, and I've always I ask fighters in the gym this all the time, like, who are your favorite fighters from America or your favorite non-Japanese fighters? And you know, I get answers like Lomachenko, I get answers like Terrence Crawford, I get answers like, you know, Gervonta Davis. But I've never had a Japanese fighter ever tell me that like their favorite fighter is Canelo. So I mean, I'm sure he's known by people who watch boxing, but for the people I've talked to, he hasn't been like a favorite. What are your thoughts on Paul Bamba? Yeah, that's tragic what happened to him, man. I heard about that. You know, rest in peace to the fallen warrior Paul Bamba from the States. He was a fighter that I didn't know about Paul Bamba until I heard he died, so it's kind of sad. But Paul Bamba was a fighter that he fought 14 times this calendar year, and he was going up and down in weights. He broke Mike Tyson's record for the most fights like in 1 year, like in the last like couple like 30 years. He broke some record of Mike Tyson fighting the most times in a year. And I guess he just died. He fought like about 10 days ago, 8 to 10 days ago he fought, and he just died. Nobody knows why he died. Maybe he died because of terrible weight cuts, but it's never good to hear that a fighter died, and especially not one that was working that hard to make something of himself in boxing. So it just shows you how hard the sport is. It shows you how hard it is to make something of yourself in this damn sport. And rest in peace to him. God bless him and his family, and may he be up there with the fallen warriors like Kazuki Anaguchi and Patrick Day and the guys that tragically lost their lives in this sport, you know? People take for granted how dangerous the sport is. Nah, man, you can't do that. I think even like if you want to know how dangerous boxing is, if you've never boxed before, just go to your local gym and just go spar someone that knows what they're doing, and then you'll figure out how dangerous boxing can be. Interesting. Okay. Boxing is more dangerous than MMA. Boxing averages more deaths per year than MMA. What is your opinion on Floyd Mayweather? Oh man, Floyd Mayweather is a great fighter. He's one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. I think people love to hate on him because he took a lot of fighters that were big names like Miguel Cotto, Manny Pacquiao, and these guys, and Canelo, and he beat them easy. And he played the boxing game. He never lost any fights on paper. I think he's a great fighter. I think people need to give him his respect as one of the all-time greats and one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. Obviously, he wasn't perfect. There were some guys he should have fought at a certain time. So, you know, that didn't happen. But no fighter is perfect. Everyone's ducked and avoided fights and fought fights. They should, you know, you can do that with every fighter in boxing. I think overall he was a great fighter. And when you see how guys like Terrence Crawford, when you see welterweights, you know, after Floyd, like Terrence Crawford and Spence and Kell Brook and these guys are all really good in their own right, great in their own right in some respects. But these guys are not Floyd. My only criticism of Floyd was that Floyd never fought like a master counterpuncher. Like if you look at all the guys he fought in his career, it was mostly like pressure fighters, guys that are front foot dominant. So it played right into what he liked to do, which is be the master counterpuncher. But I never really saw Floyd fight a guy who had a similar tendencies to him of being a master counterpuncher. And all those guys he could have fought, like a Paul Williams, like even at Wiki right at a higher weight class, which he was talking about fighting at one point, he never fought those guys. So that's my only knock on his career. But other than that, if you hate Floyd Mayweather in the boxing ring, you don't like boxing, in my opinion. The dude had everything. When he was in the lower weight classes, lighter categories, he had speed, combinations. He was an A+ offensive fighter. Then he had hand problems, and he moved up in weight, and he became a great defensive fighter. So at one point in his career, he was a great offensive fighter. Then he became a great defensive fighter. So that's my opinion on Floyd. But guys, on that note, we reached the 4-hour mark. I am very hungry. I'm gonna go explore Mito Japan. Listen, it's been a pleasure. I'm pretty sure because it's the 29th. I can confidently say that more than likely this is going to be my last live of the year. So if it is my last live of the year, let me just say this. Thank you guys for an astounding 2024, a great 2024, the most unforgettable year of my life covering boxing. Being in Japan to cap it all off has just been amazing. And there wouldn't be a true school sports if there wasn't people that were going to sit here and listen to me flap my gums for 4 hours straight. So hopefully this live made your guys' day better as it did mine. But I'm going to go eat. You guys take care. God bless. And like I say in every single one of these videos, you can love me or you can hate me. But I'm just a kid from Daniel. So until next time, take care, guys.